Check, check. Zach, can you hear me?
Order here. The Senate Study Committee on Proven Family Caregiver Services. We have various presenters today, starting with Melody DeBussy, Chief Policy Officer, and Brianna Sims, Deputy Commissioner over State Programs, Georgia Department of Human Services. Yeah, they please come forward. Thank you. I always want to know what it'd be like to be chairman.
Afternoon. Thank you guys so much for having us. As you said, I'm Melody DeBussy. This is Deputy Commissioner Sims.
Yes.
Today, we're going to talk a little bit about our overview of aging services. Let's see if I can. No. Okay. At DHS, we share a vision to create stronger families for a stronger Georgia. So the state is comprised of 12 area agencies on aging, designated by Georgia to address needs and concerns of all older persons at the local level. Our AAAs coordinate and offer services that help older adults remain in their homes if preferred, including information and referrals and other services that we'll describe a little bit in more detail. This is the division mission. So the Department of Human Services Division of Aging Services supports the larger goals of assisting older individuals, at-risk adults, persons with disabilities and their families, and caregivers to achieve safe, healthy, independent, and self-reliant lives. So I think one of the big questions we get is about our non-Medicaid home and community-based services. Non-Medicaid HCBS includes a range of solutions to help older adults live safely, healthy, and independently, like we talked about in homes. Mandated by the Older Americans Act, or OAA, sometimes it's referred to. It assists age 60 and older and age 60 and older and their caregivers. The AAAs manage this program, and I think you guys might hear some testimony from a AAA later on. Just real quick, the average length of stay here, you can see it from state fiscal years from 2023 to 2025. It averages around 41 months, and the average cost per client is around $27.30 in 2025. It's a really high return on investment program, and we'll talk a little bit more about some of the services, the cost incurred, and kind of what you see older overall. One of the key things for HCBS is that OAA services, our non-Medicaid community home and community-based services, are not means tested. It means that priority is given to the clients that are most in need, economic and social, and client statement on income. Our clients are assessed by determination of need, revised, so sometimes referred to as the DON-R scores. And those scores are calculated to help determine needs on a daily activities. And folks move off the wait list based off of a determination of need, kind of impairment, and level of care. So instead of time-based, the DON-R is what kind of moves you across. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Looking at the interstate funding, I know there's some questions kind of overall about how our AAAs kind of earn funding and the funding formula. So DAS allocates funds, federal and state funds, to the planning and service areas, PSAs as they're referred to in the Older Americans Act, using ACL, the Administration of Community Living approved formula. The weighted formula takes into account these factors. So this is also included in our state aging plan, but population, looking at things like rurality and folks living alone. So looks at how those factors are determined, weights them, and then allocates them based off of their regions. When we look for OAA, it requires those AAAs to provide a local matching amount for some programs. And so I think that's one of the things that we'll look at as well. But as you can see, this formula, because of its weight and because of the factors in each of the AAAs, is how money moves from kind of the state level office to into communities. So looking again kind of at funding, the big kind of piece here, you can see that the Atlanta region kind of has the largest base. Within it, you'll see each of the colors in the bars relate to different types of OAA funding. For example, Title III National Family Caregiver Support Program refers to our Part E within Title III of the Older Americans Act. So each of the components, and I would say, as being a former budgeter, I can talk all of the components of the OAA funding, all of the titles if we want to get into some of those items, but it covers things like congregate meals, home delivered meals, supportive services is probably the largest category.
All right, so I'm going to jump in and talk about the programs and support services the Division of Aging Services, along with the area agencies on aging, provide to older adults. The goal of these programs and services is to protect the rights and safety of those we serve. The first one that we're going to jump into is the Adult Protective Services, also known as APS. So APS investigates reports of domestic abuse, neglect, and exploitation against disabled adults and elders who are not residents of long-term care facilities. The objective of Adult Protective Services is to complete a thorough investigation by gathering factual evidence, assessing the adult's capacity of understanding the degree of danger, provide resources for the services needed to prevent and alleviate further maltreatment, honor the individual's right to self-determination, and using the least restrictive alternative in the provision of protective services, and also coordinate and cooperate with other investigative agencies and services whose efforts are directed at protecting adults. So the types of abuse that we investigate are physical abuse, mental, emotional, verbal, sexual abuse, neglect, self-neglect, and exploitation, including financial exploitation. Financial exploitation is the most referred and investigated allegation that we have currently in Georgia, followed by self-neglect, which is not recognized as a crime, but is investigated by APS. New APS federal regulations mandate that all APS programs investigate self-neglect. So self-neglect can require many resources to help mitigate risk, and APS relies on AAAs and community providers to service clients that are referred. We currently have 184 budgeted positions for dedicated case managers to handle APS cases. And in fiscal year 25, we received 49,892 reports of abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And of course, those go through a review before they are investigated or move forward through the process. We have a APS central intake staff who receive and process referrals of abuse, neglect, exploitation, and have a standard operating procedure of 1 business day to process referrals received to determine if it meets criteria of an APS investigation. And as of September 1st, our adult protective service workers are doing 8,069 active investigations currently. So the next service that we would like to jump into is the Temporary Emergency Respite Fund, or that unit. And pretty much TERF is a resource only for law enforcement, APS, and regulatory agencies to assist in the emergency placement of abused, neglected, and exploited at-risk adults whose caregivers have been removed because of illness, arrest, or other reasons. So for at-risk adults that lack the ability to independently provide for their own basic necessities of life due to disease, disability, or cognitive impairment. This resource can be used for up to 7 consecutive days, but it can be extended in some cases. In our TERF unit, which is made up of 1 supervisor, two case managers, and a PA to assist with billing and vendors, they handle all of those cases that are referred to our TERF unit each day, and that TERF unit is available to assist law enforcement and APS and other regulatory agencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they handle the entire state, and any of those cases that come in through that line, they take care of those with law enforcement. The next service that we would like to jump into is Long-Term Care Ombudsman, which is also known as LTCO. LTCO improves the quality of life of residents in long-term care facilities such as nursing homes, personal care homes, and assisted living facilities. So LTCO acts as an independent advocate and informally investigates and resolves complaints on behalf of those residents. So in addition, Ombudsman serves residents who live in community living arrangements and intermediate care facilities for people with intellectual and development disabilities. So the key duties of LTCO are to investigate and work to resolve problems and complaints affecting long-term care facility residents, identify problem areas in long-term care and advocate for change, provide information and long-term care and related services, promote resident, family, and community involvement in long-term care, educate the community about the needs of long-term care residents, coordinate efforts with other agencies considered with long-term care, and visit long-term care facilities routinely to talk to residents and monitor conditions. They also educate facility staff on the rights of the residents and other issues. So the next unit that we would like to jump into is the Forensic Special Initiatives Unit, which is also known as FSIU. And they support local, state, and federal agencies with protecting Georgia's at-risk adults from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. So they provide tools to primary and secondary responders to prevent future mistreatment. And FSIU provides technical assistance, case consultations, case reviews, a certified at-risk adult crime tactics specialist training, a facility at-risk adult crime training, which we call FACT, as well as REACT training for mandated reporters. FSIU also provides the Georgia Abuse, Neglect, and Exploitation Model Protocol and Response Guide that law enforcement can use and other individuals can use to guide them how to handle certain cases and certain at-risk adults. We also have the Georgia Abuse, Neglect, and Exploitation app. So it also makes it easier for law enforcement to find those resources that they need as well. So just to jump a little deeper into the app, it was developed for law enforcement and other professionals who need quick access to tools and resources in the field. So some of the things that they can do that the allows them to do is to refer to Georgia law. They can get a list of crimes specifically related to vulnerable adults with an identification of crimes with enhanced penalties. They can get a list of social service and regulatory agencies to report suspected abuse, neglect, and exploitation. They also have access to TURF, which we just went over, the resource to help assist those individuals who need emergency placement. And the Georgia A&E Model Protocol and Response Guide also does the same. So the next service that we would like to jump into is Elderly Legal Assistance Program, ELAP. And it provides legal representation, information, and education in civil legal matters to help protect the rights of older adults in Georgia. So the Division of Aging Services runs ELAP with the help of the area agencies on aging. So the AAAs choose the local law firms that provide legal help to the older adults. ELAP clients do not have to pay any legal fees. It is completely free. The program is funded by Older American Act funds and pays, and we pay local law firms to provide legal services. The Older American Act requires ELAP to focus mainly on cases that involve public benefits, such as SNAP, Medicaid, housing assistance, income as well, dealing with Social Security, healthcare. For example, with Medicare, when Medicare will not cover your medical bills, they'll help with that. Long-term care facilities, if you're being discharged from a nursing home or a personal care home, consumer protection, housing and utilities, helping pay certain bills, abuse, neglect, and exploitation, of course, age discrimination when you're fired from your job because of your age, and also planning for your future if something happens, if something were to happen to you. So ELAP can help with all of those different scenarios when it comes in legal matters. The only thing is that we do not take any criminal cases or cases that carry any criminal penalties such as restitution fines or imprisonment. And then the last program on this page that we would like to jump into is the Adult Guardianship Program, but you probably have formerly known it as the Public Guardianship Office. We recently changed the name And the reason for the name change is to reflect the true nature of the work that those case managers do. DHS is specifically excluded from the statutory definition of being a public guardian. So since no one employed by DHS can legally be called a public guardian, we felt the name change was needed. So the Public Guardianship Office is now being referred to as Adult Guardianship Program, or AGP. And using the term public guardianship office may mislead people to think that the guardianship case managers are acting as public guardians as defined in the law. So that's part of the reason for the change. But the gist of the program is for us to assist individuals who have physical or mental disabilities or other impairments that interfere with their ability to make decisions or express their decisions. So a guardianship case manager acts as a surrogate decision maker, an advocate for people under guardianship, and they also coordinate and monitor all services needed for the support, care, and welfare of the guardianship clients. We currently have 42 dedicated case managers handling those cases. And as of September 1st, there are 1,489 adults under DHS guardianship. So the way that you can report abuse, neglect, and exploitation is always either through our website, or you can use the 1-866 aging number, which is 1-866-552-4464. As always, just to put this disclaimer out, APS is not a first responder. So always we would like people to call 911 if they're in immediate danger, but also to call APS as well to report the situation. You can file a report on our website 24/7 at any time, and then reports are accepted by phone Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. If you call the line, if someone calls the line and they're unable to reach a specialist, after hours or during those hours, our specialists are required to return that call within 1 business day. So we try to return those calls immediately to make sure that those individuals are taken care of through our programs and our services. All right. So next, I'm going to talk about some other support services that we have. First is the Aging and Disability Resource Connection, also known as ADRC. It links seniors and adults with disabilities to resources that promote independence. It is a single entry point for access to public long-term support programs and benefits. And the ADRCs build consumer trust by using existing entry points to enhance individual choice and support informed decision-making and better access to services. And we'll take a deeper dive into ADRC on the next slide. But next, I want to jump into Georgia SHIP, which is the State Health Insurance Assistance Program. And it assists Georgia's Medicare beneficiaries, their families, and others to help them understand the rights, benefits, and services under the Medicare program and other health insurance options. Georgia SHIP provides free, unbiased information and assists to help them understand their benefits and make informed decisions about healthcare options. Georgia SHIP certified counselors can help people with Medicare understand their health plan choices, enroll in Medicare plan that meets their needs, review Medicare summary notices, review explanation of benefits, sort through medical bills and assist with filing Medicare claims and appeals, and help apply for financial assistance programs to reduce Medicare out-of-pocket expenses. And those counselors can also be reached using the 1-866 aging number. Other services that Melody kind of covered earlier are home and community-based services. And those are mandated through the Older Americans Act and it assists individuals age 60 and older and their caregivers. So DAS contracts with the 12 AAAs to regionally manage and manage the program and consumer case management. So some of the services that are provided are nutrition and wellness, which include congregate meals, which are nutritious weekday lunches provided to older adults in a group setting, home delivered meals, nutrition and wellness education, information on nutrition, physical fitness and nutrition related health issues, nutrition counseling to give them guidance and education on individualized nutrition. They provide physical fitness classes and also senior recreation, which includes different activities, games, crafts, travel, things like that, gardening that are provided to those individuals. We also have in-home services, which include emergency response services, which is installation and monitoring of an in-home electronic support system that provides two-way communication. And this system provides daily 24 access to medical control center, so individuals can get assistance there if they need that emergency response connection. Home modification and repair, so wheelchair access, just different things that we can provide and help modify in someone's home to help them be able to stay in their home longer. Home management training, family visits, help guide those to reduce isolation, homemaker services, such as shopping for personal items, managing money, using the telephone, things like that. Chore services, yard work, sidewalk maintenance, things of that nature, and personal care assistance as well when it comes to bathing, dressing, or similar activities of daily living. We also assist with caregiving services, which include education and support groups, daily adult day services, which is daytime personal care and meals in a supervised group community setting, mobile daycare, as well as respite care, which are services that offer a brief period of rest for family caregivers. We also have assistance with grandparents raising grandchildren, our kinship care. And these are services for grandparents and other relatives raising children. And it may include services such as case management, counseling, help with summer camps and other activities, child care for those children, as well as information on special services like legal assistance, tutoring, and respite. And local AAAs offer support groups for kinship caregivers and can provide referrals to services across the state. All right, so like I said, we wanted to take a deeper dive into the Aging and Disability Resource Connection, ADRC. So in 2003, the Administration of Aging and the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services under HHS launched the ADRC grant to promote the integration of long-term care information and referral services, as well as access to publicly and privately financed services and benefits for those in need of long-term supports in their families. So Georgia was awarded the ADRC grant in 2004, and it began with 2 sites, one in Augusta and one in Atlanta. And since then, we've expanded into the 12 AAA regions for the state, covering all 159 counties. So what is ADRC? It's a coordinated system of partnering organizations. We use the no wrong door approach. That means anyone can call, visit, or connect with the ADRC, and they help figure out what support and services are available regardless of where someone starts in the process. And the goal of the ADRC was to move from experts working in isolation to partnership, coordination, and routine communication that includes cross-training. So the key functions include information and counseling, where ADRC counselors help people understand what services exist, both government funded and private. Screening and assessment, they assess what support a person might need. For example, help with daily tasks, transportation, or legal help. They help with referrals. After figuring out what is needed, ADRC connects people to the right providers and programs. And then it supports with transition. So if someone is in a nursing facility or similar, ADRC can help with transition services, helping that person move back into the community if possible. And then also connect adults to home and community-based services, which we just went over, that are designated to keep individuals in their homes and communities. The ADRC, this partnership includes DBHDD, DCH, DFACS, Department of Labor, Council on Aging, and many more that make this whole connection work. And the access points for ADRC, you can call the 1-866-55 aging number. Option 2 is for ADRC. Option 3, of course, is for APS. Option 4 for SHIP, 5 for LTCO, and 7 for Senior Legal Hotline. And then we also have the websites down here as well for ADRC, Long-Term Care Ombudsman, and Aging, where you can find additional information and also file any reports.
Okay, so one of the things we figured you might want to talk about what's next, what we're working on now. So as part of developing robust caregiver supports, there's kind of 3 things I wanted to make sure that are on your radar, that are things that we're working on actively and hopefully upcoming. The first one of those is the University of North Georgia respite study. That kind of respite care study is something that we're basically going to be able to present some of those results in the spring. We looked at some preliminary results, and I'll show those to you in a second. The NASHP, Georgia was selected as one of the National Academy for State Health Policy Family Caregiving Learning Collaborative Partners. Something else that we're excited about as we kind of embark on some of this work as well. And then looking forward to the next state plan on aging, where we're scoping out additional services. So this is some of our initial kind of returns that we're looking at from the University of North Georgia Respite Caregiver Study that I wanted to be able to share with you. This study looks at folks to be essentially based off of their DON-R level assessments. So looking at kind of that active daily living services and needing assistance, and being able to go through, I would say we can go through that DON-R scoring. It's a pretty interesting calculation in terms of how we understand that, and can give that to you as well. To be in a nursing home eligible, you have to generally have a score of 15 and 1 unmet needs score. In respite, we're now taking the 90th care percentile, so their score is higher than 35. And so basically, you know, if 15 and 1 unmet need basically will put you eligible for a nursing home, what we're seeing is that most of a large portion of our caregivers are scoring more at 35, right? So really kind of higher level of care and unmet needs. Those that stay in community are you can see are tend to be more distributed now. Rural have lots of concerns there with having all of the services based off of the volume of people who remain in community and have unmet needs. We do know that for every dollar spent in terms of providing those types of services, the state can get back $1.41. So a good return on investment there for investing in services that help folks, if they're possible, able to avoid facilities. And those that need the most help in terms of highest impairments tend to be in rural, like I said. On the NASHP side, again, Georgia was chosen as one of the 14 states to participate in the 2025 Caregiving State Policy Learning Collaborative for 18 months, starting in January of 2025. DHS and DAS, our Division of Aging Services, is participating with 2 team members from the Georgia Department of Community Health, so as a full state kind of coordinated team. NASHP is providing some technical assistance and some access to national experts as we continue this dialogue, where we're convening opportunities to meet folks virtually and in person. We've started that work, is underway. The state has set some goals for improvement for community-based care as part of this process. And so that we can hopefully reveal in the spring of 2026, convene a group of stakeholders on creating a caregiver coalition and further extend this work. And then the last thing is the state plan on aging. We have a goal on caregivers to improve supports, and that's one of the things that we're looking in as we fold in for the next state plan on aging. We want to ensure that the voice of family caregivers is included in the next state plan on aging, so that we have goals and also overall services are kind of taken into that next account. And so we're seeking input as we work on that as well. So with those items, I think those are all of the ends of our prepared remarks. Thanks for bearing with us.
Absolutely. Let me ask a couple of questions. I'm going to page 6 there on the funding formula.
Yep.
I just want to make sure. So where it says current, that would mean that was 10 points basically. Where it says 10% is what am I looking at there? Okay, I got you.
State basically it has an ability to set out those weighted values that can pass through in the formula. So what Georgia has done is selected certain kind of components, and so you can see the factors that we have here, and then the 10% is kind of the weighted distribution. So for example, the population of 75 and greater is kind of weighted more in terms of overall that kind of formulaic out, right? So when we look at all of the money in a pool and then we weight based off of kind of those attributes in those components of the AAA, then that's how the money gets kind of allocated back out.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation, by the way, too. I got a couple of more questions. You also spoke about the case managers. One was, I think, basically 8,000 cases for 184 case managers, which would be about 43 cases. The other was 23 cases. So my question is on the special one, about 43 cases. So years ago, we had the GBI dealing with forensic examiners, and they had told us, even if you gave us more money at the way you're the salary range, we still wouldn't be able to hire anybody. So is it a question that we don't have a marketplace out to hire more caseworkers, or we need more money, we need to raise salaries, or kind of like how would we get that case number down? Because 43 is a lot, I think.
It could be a mix of things. Because the population, of course, of adults is continuing to
Getting older,
grow,
right? Yeah.
that always is going to be a factor into our caseloads. But yeah, the current caseloads do seem a little higher than normal. Additional funding, of course, would be great to have additional staff to be able to handle some of those cases. But our current staff are they're working very hard to make sure that all of the individuals that are affected are being served, and those investigations are going through as quickly as we can. But it is a few different factors that play into why that caseload ratio is so high. But yes, additional funding for additional staff would definitely help allow us to put more boots on the ground to get out and serve these cases.
Oh, absolutely. And I know they're working hard, but being a former solicitor, I used to deal with defects a lot. And so I realized that's a high case. It's a lot. People don't realize. And I'm just saying that's the old school terminology, but have a caseload that high is tough. It's hard. And I was just curious, like, if we gave more money, would we be able to attract people? It doesn't matter what we're giving. Our salaries just aren't high enough. We're not going to attract anybody anyway. Just curious.
Our vacancies, our turnover rate, we've actually seen a decrease in that. We've actually been able to keep individuals, especially with the different COLAs that have went out in the past few years. So our vacancy rate actually is pretty low. So we are able to keep individuals, but of course, with the caseloads being high, some people aren't able to sustain that workload. So yes, it is a lot of different factors that go into why the caseloads are high, but yeah, our teams are doing the best that we can to make sure that we're serving the adults of Georgia.
And then lastly, for me, on page 9, where it talks about respite care provision and also home chore services, homemaker chore services. Just kind of how does that kind of work from a practical standpoint, especially the homemaker chore services, like going shopping for someone and things of that nature?
So pretty much those caseworkers or those individuals will be able to go out and assess the situation for that client, assess their needs when it comes to their daily living and things like that. And then from there, based off the resources that they may have, funding and things like that, they'll be able to go out and assist these individuals with shopping out in the areas, or actually go shopping for them depending on their disability, if they have one, in those cases. So we are very hands-on when it comes to helping those individuals, but we do have service providers that are down boots on the ground with those clients, taking them to the stores and things like that to help shop for them.
I think part of it too is really looking at folks as kind of in their whole context. So when we make those assessments, when that R&R is calculated in terms of what people need and kind of where they might need additional supports. I think that's where our kind of local partners that she talked about that really are doing the daily delivery of those services help to assess kind of, hey, what is the unmet need that people are having and how can we address and resolve that within the context of allowable services? And that list is pretty long and can really offer some supports depending on, kind of that challenge and that balance of what is requested and needed and what they're able to provide in each community.
Thank you. Senator Wicks, do you have anything? What number are you?
I guess I'm 8.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for being here today. My question is more of awareness, especially the challenges, like families don't know what services are available, especially in our rural communities. So how do we get the awareness and the education out there of the services that are available?
So here we push outreach as much as we can, especially through our AAAs. They're the ones that are in the actual community, in the local area to be able to expand and educate people on those services. But all of us within the Division of Aging and the AAAs do their best to point people into the ADRC, which is the Aging and Disability Resource Connection. And that way you can have this one-stop shop, this single entry point to be able to access whatever services you may need. They do all of the grunt work of assessing those individuals, trying to figure out what actual services they may need. So pointing people to the ADRC would be great. Because that's a one-stop shop where they can get all the information that they need, as well as with us having all of these different agencies and councils working together, services that, like you said, people aren't aware of or other agencies may not be aware of, they're able to get connected to through that connection.
Yeah. Really envision that as like no wrong door.
Yeah.
Right. That people can kind of go through that ADRC kind of access that 1-866-55 aging line and be able to walk away with some understanding of kind of what types of services are offered and what might meet their need.
And one last thing. And what is the biggest gap in coverage for those that does not qualify for Medicaid?
Biggest coverage. I don't know that off the top of my head. I can get that information for you. But yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Great job. Okay. And also, before we begin, introduce Senator Kenya Weeks, who represents Fayette and Clayton County. I just jumped in here and started immediately. But this is Senator Kenya Weeks, who represents Fayette and Clayton County. She is a newbie here, but she's been doing a great job, a tremendous job as part of the Democratic caucus. Our next person will be Ferris Flournoy, CEO of Prime Care Home Care Services. Yeah, no idea. Mr. Flournoy, yes, floor is yours.
Testing. Thank you so much, Leader Jones, Senator Wicks, for just inviting us to the stage to go through and explain and share a little bit about the Structured Family Caregiving Program. I'd be remiss not to go through and say thank you for my brother for going through and supporting us on today, and my beautiful wife as well for being here, and our amazing family caregivers and our staff that's joining us online. So one of the things before we get started, I just want to go through and just explain a little bit about how we got to this point, because family caregiving is nothing new. This has been around long before Medicaid has been a reimbursement source. It's been the staple in our community long before it's been a compensated part as well. So one of the things I want to go through and just talk about, right, perfect. I wanted to go through and just talk about our story on how we got here. So family caregiving was introduced to my family because of my aging grandmother. Her name was Lena Daysdina Baker. She lived in Estill, South Carolina, which is a small town that did not have a lot of resources. She graduated from Claflin University, taught for many years. She was a widower and a single mom as well. And so after she aged a little bit, she came down with Alzheimer's and also dementia, Alzheimer's, and cataracts forming over her eyes. And one of the things that we recognized that as our grandmother was aging, the need for care was going to go through an increase. So my mom, her sister, and her brother came together and realized that grandma had to go through and move somewhere, and nursing home was not an option, at least for the first option. So my grandmother moved from Esther, South Carolina down to Milledgeville, Georgia, and she moved in with my mom, who was a single parent, 32 years in education, and had 6 children. So my grandmother came in the house, and we were the family caregivers. Navigating this particular newfound life was difficult. We didn't know about the different resources. We just knew that grandma needed some care, and she needed it immediately. We didn't go through and seek out Medicaid, and that was one of the things that now looking back, being in the industry, it was like we should have definitely been able to look for opportunities there. But we came together and realized that our family values were going to wrap us around to make sure grandma received care. Of course, later on in life, she had to go into nursing home because her need was actually became greater. It was more that support that she needed. So we eventually had to go that route. But so many Georgians right now are going through this problem right now of how do I go through and navigate and becoming a family caregiver and also providing the needs for my loved one. And so that's what we're talking about on today. So as we know, the nation's aging population is truly rising. There's a saying that the silver tsunami is upon us. And the silver tsunami is actually the biggest generation. It's our baby boomers who are actually aging over over between 9 to 10,000 over the next few years that are aging 65. And we recognize that there will be a greater need in care. So what does that truly mean for Georgia as well? As our nation population age, that means a shortage in our professional workforce as well. I would love to say that we have nurses graduating from nursing schools and doctors graduating from medical school like never before, but that's not the case. Georgia currently right now is not at the top of the list. It's actually towards the bottom when it comes to access to care, and especially in rural communities as well. So as we realize that there's a shortfall of healthcare professionals that are entering into the workforce, also the rising cost of healthcare, realizing that not everyone will be able to go through and actually afford to go through and receive private duty care. This is where Medicaid and other resources come into place as well. So now family members are actually placed in a vulnerable situation where they have to go through and actually be placed in a situation where they have to realize that they have a choice. Do I go through and provide quality care for my loved one, or do I have to have that conversation with my mom or dad or loved one to say, hey, unfortunately, I'm unable to go through and provide that service. So right now, we're going to have to place you in a nursing home. We at Prime Care Home Care Services think that that should be the last option. Let's go through and talk about a scenario. This is a fictional character, but it's based off a real world scenario. Miss Claire. Miss Claire, some of her pain points, and she was in need of home care services. She experienced grief and loneliness and emotional isolation after losing her husband. She had unspoken anxiety about aging and declining health, because seniors they don't talk a lot. They just kind of go through and keep it to themselves. She had a fear of losing independency and control of her own life. This distress and discomfort, and she had distrust and discomfort from receiving care from outsiders as well. So now she had a deepening emotional attachment to her home and her memories. Because just think about it, she was raised in that community. She was raised in Sparta, Georgia, off of Hancock Heights, in her 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. That's where she raised her family, and she did not want to let that go. So after going through and spending those countless hours and thinking about that, her daughter, Myra, recognized also that her mom was in need of care. But also Myra is a family caregiver. Myra got that call from Miss Claire or Miss Claire's doctor to say, hey, there's something going on with mom. So though Myra was actually going through life and recently a divorce as an empty nester, she had to go through and place herself, like many Georgians right now, in the position of becoming a family caregiver. And so the pain points that the family caregiver recognizes is lack of emotional support, because sometimes it could be lonely. Sometimes it could be depressing. Sometimes your self-worth, like, am I good enough to go through and care for my loved one? Low confidence in managing care, because guess what? Myra didn't go to nursing school to learn how to transfer mom or how to go through and set up mom's medications or what frequency she should be visiting the doctor. But now Myra's in a place where she's having to go through and give quality care to her mom. Juggling work and caregiver responsibilities and financial constraints, these are things that family caregivers deal with day in and day out. They deal with this day in and day out. And I think here in Georgia, we have taken a great step in moving forward. In 2019, Georgia introduced a program called Structured Family Caregiving right before COVID. It was almost like a perfect storm. And that allowed us to go through and keep so many Georgians safely at home while receiving the quality of care that they needed as well. So let's go through and talk about the Structured Family Caregiving Program, because I think it's a misnomer and sometimes misinformation that everyone qualifies for Medicaid or everyone qualifies for long-term care. And so a lot of individuals, they get confused on Medicare and Medicaid because we pay into Medicare and we think when we turn 65, we're going to be able to reap the benefits thereof. And yes, we can in some cases, but when it comes to long-term care or home and community-based services, it's mainly funded through Medicaid. And so individuals for the Structured Family Caregiving Program must actually have Medicaid as an insurance. They must be, they also must be 65 or plus, 65 years old or 65 years or older and disabled as well. Likewise, they must meet nursing home level care. So every last individual that's on an EDWP waiver service, they have to meet nursing home level care. Just like our previous partners just talked about the donor screening, they must go through that determination of needs screening to go through and meet nursing home level care. And last but not least, they must choose a waiver program. And so it's not just straight Medicaid. They have to qualify for the waiver program, which is the SOURCE program and or the CCSP program. These programs allow individuals, family caregivers, to actually be able to be compensated to care for their loved ones. And we'll talk about that in a few as well. Let's talk about the journey, because imagine navigating this journey alone. And so many family members try to go through and navigate this journey alone. Their loved one have a sentinel event. They may go to the hospital because they had a TIA or stroke or may have fallen. And the doctor says, hey, mom cannot go home alone. Now the family member have to go through and recognize that now what is the next option? And many times people think that this is an immediate option, but there's a long road ahead to go through and get the quality of care that's needed as well. So a lot of seniors, they face multiple steps, long waits, and technology barriers. And we like to go through and actually assist them along the way. So let's go through and talk about this journey so that individuals can go through and actually get clarity on it. So families in Georgia, they are waiting between 6+ months just to get enrolled into structured family caregiving. Imagine this. Imagine having a fall and going to Grady Hospital and having to wait 6 months to have a doctor see you. That's what the family caregiver and the family member, the client, they're saying, I need care immediate. But we recognize that there's funding, there's a lot of things, a lot of barriers in the way. So that's the reality. It's taking 6+ months to get there. So yes, individuals, they will start off at agencies such as ours as Prime Care. And then we would go through and actually submit that referral over to the area agency on aging, the local area agency on aging. And then sometimes ADRC or different agent sources, they're complex. They get a lot of calls. It's not just Prime Care home care services. There are hundreds of providers out there as well. And imagine getting inundated with minimum staff at the state or federal level as well. And so we're waiting. So some of our individuals are waiting to get calls back. And sometimes they have to leave a reference number and then they will wait for that call. And Lord forbid if they get a call, because we know nowadays we get so many spam calls, we missed that call. It's almost like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. We missed that golden ticket. Now we have to go through and get in the back of the line and wait for that snail mail to come to let us know that we're trying to get in contact with them. But let's say if we push forward and now we're on the part where we're going to done our screening. Like I said before, many of our seniors, they're very proud. They don't want the help, but their family members are recognizing there is a need. So sometimes we see when that family member goes through and when that client goes through and actually get that call, the pride sits in and say, you know what, I'm good. I have my daughter and my son to go through and take care of me. But in reality is their care is needing a little bit more as well. And so after that done our screening, and the determination is actually determined that this individual qualifies or may meet nursing home level care, now there's a waiting period. Waiting periods, again, from 90 to 180 days plus. So they're just waiting. During that waiting period, that's when we see hospitalizations actually increase. That's when we see falls increase. That's when we see medication interaction or counteractions actually happen. This is what costs the state so much more money because we're focused. We realize there's a wait list, but also realize that during that wait period, there's so many other sentinel events that may happen that will cause Medicaid in excess of thousands of dollars per an individual client. And this is what we can do better on as well. So after the wait list is had, and after that individual gets approved for, after the individual gets approved for that particular program, then a home nurse will come from a case management company, and that case management company will come down and will sit down with that particular individual for about an hour or so and filling out all the necessary paperwork. Then it sends up to Alliant to go through and actually get approved, and finally it'll be sent back to the case management company, and finally it'll come down to the provider to provide the service. That's a long turning road. And I think one of the things that we like to go through and see as the difference we make here at Prime Care Home Care Services, we recognize the difficulties and the complexities that it has as a family caregiver. We realize that the families face a long wait time, the system, the struggle, but we're here to walk with them hand in hand through this process. So we help support them through the referral process by engaging them at least once per week to go through and just keep them in the loop. Because sometimes just a call will go through and just allow people to ensure that they know that somebody's walking beside them. We also, during that referral process, we look for other resources within the community to go through and provide them, I guess, in the interim while services are being actually approved as well. So the follow-up call, we don't let letters get lost. We go through and educate individuals on the process. Hand in hand, we walk hand in hand through assessments. Our nurses are there to explain every last step. And this is on the private side because we're a private agency, I must say. Coordination with care, we have visibility through case management organizations to see where they are throughout the process as well. And our goal is to go through and make sure that individuals have a faster connection of service as well while feeling supported and not abandoned throughout the process. Let's go through and talk about this. One of our key problems, technology is growing faster than our seniors can adapt. Just imagine if you're having individuals going through, hey, log on this app or go to this website or go through. Now we're having individuals, I'm going to go back to my hometown, Sparta, Georgia, where we don't have a hospital, where we don't have an urgent care, where broadband internet is not the norm down there. And we're asking seniors and their family members to go through and navigate things, and there's a technology gap. And when we have technology gap, now that's going to go through and lead down to the role of actually a healthcare gap as well. And so now we have to go through and recognize where our clients and where our family and our communities are as well. And we must adapt around them, not them necessarily adapting around us as well. We must go through and actually chop down the tree of phone trees. There's so many opportunities to press this button, go here, to get confused throughout the process, to go through and wait on that call back, but it never comes back. So we must go through and chop down the phone tree to eliminate the long wait times, digital paperwork, etc. Also, last but not least, we must go through and realize the risk. Many individuals give up before help arrives. They remain at home and they die at home because help never arrives. And I know as Georgia, we are actually doing a great job with putting our feet forward, but I also recognize that continuing funding programs like this and supporting family caregivers is not an option nowadays. Again, the silver tsunami is upon us. We're going to have our largest generation of baby boomers. They're going to outnumber this generation right now, my generation. And so what do? Do we support them by providing adequate training for family caregivers? Do we support them by streamlining processes? Do we support them by going through and building partnerships that can go through and lead to better outcomes? So my recommendations is that we go through and build systems with the end user in mind. We have to make systems where the aging, the blind, and the disabled individuals are at our first priority. We must simplify the steps to make the accessibility shorten and less of a wait time. We must allow provider agencies to support our aging populations by assisting with Medicaid applications, through WellSky and the defects. Let me put a pause right there. One of the things as a private home care agency, there's limitations that we have that nursing homes, they don't have. We have barriers we have barriers in visibility. We have barriers in how we can go through and support individuals throughout their journey. And so these barriers are causing miscommunication. These barriers are causing downline flows just getting kind of combobulated. One thing that I'm asking was us to consider actually having access to different systems so we can go through and support our public sector so that now the onus is not just on their shoulder. Last but not least, second to last, is to improve agency. If agencies like DFACS, DCH, AAA can't meet demands, it's time to rethink the system to bring in innovative minds. I think it should be more of a partnership, just like the Department of Aging just said, they're partnering with the University of North Georgia. It's important for us to continue to go through and partner with boots on the ground. boots on the ground. I recognized as an Air Force enlisted member, it was the boots on the ground when I was in Iraq that could give the intel so that now we can make strategic decisions. Our family caregivers are our boots on the grounds that we must go through and actually hear their voices as well. Last but not, recognize that it takes community to solve this problem and deliver comprehensive care to our aging population. This problem will not be solved up here at the Capitol. It's truly boots on the ground, hearing the family caregiver's voice, seeing the concerns, recognizing that the hospitals, that they're getting inundated with fees for hospital readmissions, and how can we go through and do this through better services through family caregiving? And I know that we can as well. So where others see hopelessness, Prime Care brings home direction and action. And one thing I'm saying that we can bridge the gap so that no senior faces this journey alone as well. So with that being said, I would like to open it up for any questions that you all may have when it comes to the structured family caregiving program.
Did you hear that? Did you have that? I thought you wanted to do that medical thing. Thank you so much for bringing the information. I got a couple of questions, couple of general ones and a couple of specific ones. So one of the things you were talking about was the confidence factor about being able to give medicine and things of that nature. But also I was just curious, what have you guys, not only your company, maybe even others, the confidence factor where a person just says, I could never do as well as they did bringing me up. I'll never be able to take care of me, beyond just the specifics of medicine, but just that general feeling of I'm failing, that I can never take care of them the way they took care of me. And they start kind of falling off that way. How do you kind of deal with that confidence factor?
So one of the things with the structured family caregiving program, each family is assigned a health coach. And that health coach has a responsibility to that particular client and that particular family caregiver to help coach them. Again, this is new to most family members. They're not medical professionals. So ensuring they have access not only to the training, but also realizing there's an emotional support need involved as well, because sometimes we doubt ourselves. So not only they have access to the training through agencies, but also having the emotional support and the resources as well. So those are the things that we do currently with Prime Care Home Care Services. We go through and make sure every last client and family caregiver is partnered with a trained health coach that can go through and help guide them through this journey.
Okay. Also, what constitutes, from a practical standpoint, if you kind of want to describe it, what constitutes nursing home level care for a person to be able to qualify? What would that actually look like?
Yeah. And so when it comes to, they really base it off the ADLs, activities daily living, and also when it comes to the diagnosis as well. So I can get you specific on those particular criteria. Sure. And the DUNR, and I think the DUNR would be a great assessment tool to really go through and actually see the screening that our family members, our clients and our caregivers go through as well.
Absolutely. The 30 to, so you talked about the waiting period with 90 to 180 days, and I kind of got that one. But then there's also waiting period of 30 to 45 days. Is that additional tacked on time? What part is that? That one I didn't understand.
So when it comes to case management companies, so once it's approved, I'm going to go back to that slide. So over here, so 100 so with the DUNR screening, so an individual first they have to be screened by the AAA. Once they're screened by the AAA, they are given a score, and based off the severity of their case, everyone's given a number, but the state only have so much budgeted as finance resources, and so based off of the need for that particular client, their diagnosis, they're given a score. So that score, like let's say if someone has high acuity as far as they need in services tomorrow, like worst case scenario, double amputee, congestive heart failure, they may score higher than the person that has hypertension and diabetes. But also recognizing that there may be some needs as well. So once a person comes off the waiting list, they're given a slot. Then from there, Alliant has to go through and make sure that the individual has the funding. So they're assigning them to the particular Medicaid waiver.
And what's Alliant now? Alliant
is the intermediary that the state has to go through, and they're the checks and balances of it. So they're going to go through and make sure that the individual has Medicaid. They're going to go through and make sure this person is appropriate. So we're just not sending everyone up to go through and just get on these particular services. And then from there, it goes from Alliant to a local case management company. So case management companies, they're located across the state of Georgia. Once it comes to the case management company, they have a certain amount of days that they can go through and actually go through and fill out the rest of their paperwork, get that particular client, sign it with that case management company, and broker it over to a provider agency such as Prime Care. So it's several different processes, it's coordinated care. It's truly coordination of care. That's what's needed.
One last one. You're speaking about persons actually just dropping off because of the waiting period. What are some of the ways to actually avoid people just dropping out because of that long waiting period?
It's relationships. I think education, one of the things up front, educating individuals on what's to come. If a family member knows it's not going to happen immediately, they can start the planning of what can happen in the interim as well, whether it be bringing a loved one or whether it be hiring a private caregiver if that's affordable as well, or whether it be going through and taking on the responsibility as the family caregiver. So I think first educating individuals on the process as well. The second part of it is as well is going through and making sure we eliminate any gaps in it. I think that there's some opportunities that we can go through and partner with ADRC or AAA to go through and make sure once an individual goes through and begin the process, we can continue to keep that process flowing instead of going through and actually having roadblocks along the way. So those are some things I feel like that could go through and help allow the family members to go through and have visibility of the process. And I think it's a public-private sector, private agencies such as our agency is steady communication. We cannot expect the public aging divisions to go through and call individuals every day. But I think on the private side, those things that we can do as well.
So in this situation, it's truly one of those public-private partnerships people talk about a lot. This really is it, I guess.
It's a requirement. It's a requirement.
All right. Senator Wicks, anything?
So, okay. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your service also. So basically going back to my Medicaid question. So Medicaid waiver and reimbursement, how does that affect your ability to provide services?
For structured family caregiving, it's a required. So this is a Medicaid-based program.
Mhm.
So the funding is through Medicaid. So every last individual that's on structured family caregiver, they are qualified. They have a waiver slot, and this is Medicaid. So any cuts in Medicaid will go through. It's a domino effect. That means family caregivers, probably the wait list will be longer. That means more sensitive events that can happen, but also that means family members, they will have to go through and make that tough decision. And some of the decisions are, we will have to go ahead and settle for putting our loved ones in a nursing home, which can be complex as well, because now we're going to go through and inundate the nursing homes as well, and it will cost the state more. So one of the things when I'm looking at when it comes to Medicaid funding, this continuously funding this particular program, looking at the amateurs focus on the front end, professionals focus on the back end. Looking at when the silver tsunami happens, what can we do today with our Medicaid resources that can go through and prevent the outcome of a catastrophic tsunami? So investing in family caregiving will go through and actually support the Medicaid resources so that now we're not having we don't have to overwhelm the nursing homes, or to go through and actually overwhelm our workforce because we don't have a lot of nurses and CNAs. Now family caregivers that can be trained and supported in that particular role. So the funding for Medicaid is definitely, it's definitely needed, continuously needed, if not more, to go through and actually just continue to support this particular program.
And then one more question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
In reference to family members that continue to work,
Yes.
what is your suggestion, or how you see the strain on families that are caregivers and continue to work in the workforce?
So for the structured family caregiving program, there are requirements that family members, they cannot hold a full-time job and actually be reimbursed as a family caregiver. So they have to go through and elect to go through and allow this to be their full-time responsibility. And so that can be a strain on some individuals, because you have some individuals, they may be nurses, they may be factory workers, where their family is dependent upon that particular paycheck to come in to go through and continue their family. So I think family members, they have to plan. because structured family caregiver is not a one size fit all for everyone. We see structured family caregiver benefiting individuals that have that freedom to go through and actually be able to uproot and to go through and care for their loved one, because it is a stipend that they're getting, and the stipend is very nominal. So it's not to the point where you can go through and afford to go through and run a whole household off of it. It's just a supplemental stipend as well, and it's much appreciated as well. So family members, they must have that conversation. Like in my family, one of the things that we're doing, we're having the conversation. We recognize that our mom, who is a retired educator, she will not qualify for Medicaid. So the things that we're having to go through and do is go through and help her prepare for her in her aging journey, ensuring that she has the proper trust in place to go through and actually protect the assets that she's worked so hard for, to go through and ensure that our family understands the responsibility that we have as a blessed family to be there to be able to support our loved ones. So I think constant communication to realize that structured family is not a one size fit all. Medicaid is not an option for everyone, but everyone, Lord's willing, everyone will be able to aging in place as that being an option. I think it's going to take proper planning for that to be a reality for so many Georgians.
And as a state legislator, how can I continue to be a voice and a champion for not only your company, but as for caregivers as a whole?
I think going to the mountaintop and shouting that, hey, I think we all agree that everyone wants to live. Or most people, they want to live, and we want to age in place. Now, I think how you can go through and support this is by going through with your constituents, realizing that your constituents, they're aging day in and day out. And I think inviting healthcare companies and partnering with public organizations to go through and actually put in workshops to let individuals know, to educate. There's some things, there's a sphere of influence that you may have that the Department of Aging may not have, or that Department of Community Health or Prime Care may not have. But I think that going through and getting the right people around the table to go through and let them know up front that this may not be an option for you. So let's go through and talk about it, because the storm is coming. And so I think that getting to the top of the mountaintop and like, hey, the storm is coming, and this may be a solution for some, but not all. But we all must prepare for this storm.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And next up, we have Whitney Griggs from Georgia for a Healthy Future. Please come up. Number 3, Georgians for a Healthy Future. Go ahead and go and come back.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much.
My name is Whitney Griggs, and I am the Director of Health Policy with Georgians for a Healthy Future. Georgians for a Healthy Future is a nonprofit organization focused on improving access to quality, affordable healthcare for all Georgians. And our kind of secret sauce is what sets us apart from other organizations is we spend a lot of time going throughout the state and connecting with Georgians to better understand their healthcare challenges and lift those experiences up to policymakers and find state solutions. So today I'm planning to talk a little bit about the work that GHF has been doing with caregivers and what we've learned so far, including findings from our new Caregiver Coalition and a set of policy recommendations to address some of the challenges that our coalition members have raised. So in my description of Georgians for a Healthy Future, caregiving might not be top of mind when you talk about healthcare access and quality. But through our work with caregivers for disabled children on Medicaid, for parents of adult dependents with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and several other projects, we repeatedly found that caregivers were a critically underserved group in the state of Georgia. And we repeatedly saw family caregivers falling through the cracks in a variety of areas. So in 2024, thanks to funding from the Administration for Community Living, we launched the Georgia Caregiver Advisory Coalition, which is a statewide coalition of family caregivers. And I'll just add a personal note. This project became personally relevant to me last year when I was caring for my dad, who was dying of cancer. And even when you have all of the, a lot more resources than many people have, caring for a sick parent while you have small children is probably the most stressful situation. So being able to do this work and connect with these caregivers has really been a great project for GHF and a blessing for me. So when we set out to develop our caregiver coalition, we wanted to take kind of our tried and true methods of connecting with the impacted individuals and raising and helping them raise their voices with decision makers and raise their issues to find solutions. So the goals of the coalition are to raise awareness of caregiver contributions and needs. Oftentimes, it's been said before that the work that caregivers do goes unseen because they are keeping individuals out of the health system, because they are unpaid. We want to provide outreach and education about existing supports to caregivers, so ensuring that our coalition members are getting information about resources from the Department of Human Services, from private companies that exist to kind of fill in the gaps for supports. Build connections among caregivers and decision makers. So help caregivers understand that they matter and they have a voice, and that their experiences are what helps state lawmakers pass good policy. And then lay the groundwork for long-term advocacy to strengthen caregiving systems. Really, the vision through the Administration for Community Living is that these state coalitions will move forward the national strategy on family caregiving. And they understood that it wasn't enough to just have a strategy, that you really need boots on the ground to implement it. So as I mentioned, we launched the coalition in 2024. So it's still, as far as coalitions go, pretty young. We spent our first year of the coalition really just information gathering. We traveled around the state and worked with partners to meet with caregivers, to do focus groups, to do listening sessions, to really understand what are the challenges that caregivers are facing, to help us better understand what the makeup of the coalition should be and what the coalition should really focus on. So year one was a lot of partnership building, a lot of listening, and a lot of learning, because caregivers, as you all know, is a very, very broad term. There are people who we would consider caregivers that don't consider themselves caregivers. There's non-traditional caregiving. There's all sorts of ways that you can be a caregiver. And there's a lot of sensitivities to it too, because can be a vulnerable feeling if you're a family caregiver. In year two, we expanded our focus groups a bit and our outreach, but also kind of narrowed down our coalition and started recruiting members who represented areas of the state where we were seeing kind of the most gaps, and where we found that there were the most caregivers who were willing to share their experiences. So we hope that in subsequent years, we can continue our outreach and grow kind of our presence around the state as well. But now that we have our coalition up and running, we've been holding meetings of the coalition and listening sessions with them. And the coalition meetings kind of mirror the goals of the coalition itself, but we spend time connecting to resources. We bring resources to the table. The caregivers themselves share resources. There's a lot of kind of back and forth about what state resources there are, how to apply for them. Sometimes phone numbers of state employees that may help them enroll are shared. And then we talk about kind of the challenges they're facing. And we've had six caregiver coalition meetings so far. And as I mentioned, we spent about a year talking to caregivers. And one of the most common themes that came up among caregivers when we asked about supports for themselves as the caregiver, and I will say that it was really interesting you had to ask a lot of questions to get caregivers to talk about themselves and not the person they were providing care for. Just, that's really their frame of mind. But the issue that really came up a lot talking about supports was access to health coverage. We have a lot of caregivers in the state that don't have access to affordable health coverage. And I'll talk a little bit about why that is, but the stress in that sentiment is almost palpable. You can hear kind of I'm caring for my loved one, but I can't take care of my own health. And that is a really, that's not a situation that anyone should have to be in. So to dive a little bit more into specifics about kind of the healthcare challenges that caregivers reported, many caregivers were forced to reduce their hours at work or leave their employment entirely. So that often meant losing employer-sponsored coverage. Several of the caregivers we talked to became uninsured when they became caregivers because they lost their employer coverage or because they suddenly had no income and were ineligible for marketplace subsidies. And they're also, because they don't have, because caregiving is not employment, they're also ineligible for the Pathways program, which is Georgia's Medicaid with a work requirement. We also had a few caregivers who are enrolled in the individual market. So here in Georgia, that's Georgia Access, ACA Marketplace, Obamacare, so many names. But these are folks who go on the individual market, buy their own coverage, and often receive subsidies from the federal government to make that coverage more affordable. The folks that we talked to with individual coverage were generally happy with it, but very concerned about what they've been hearing about the looming increasing prices in health coverage. And that is something that has started to come up kind of more and more organically in our conversations, especially as, federal conversations about the financial assistance start to bubble up more and more. So to just dive a little bit deeper into the Pathways piece. So if you're not familiar, Pathways to Coverage was established by the Patients First Act in 2019. It launched in July of 2023, and it's a Medicaid program designed to cover adults without dependent children making below 100% of the federal poverty level who are working or volunteering 80 hours a month. And they have to submit these qualifying activities to the gateway system and to prove that they meet the requirements. However, Georgia does not currently have count caregiving as a qualifying activity. So if you're unable to work because you are a full-time caregiver and you are below 100% of the federal poverty level, you are ineligible for Pathways because you can't report a qualifying activity. So this leaves some full-time unpaid caregivers uninsured despite the essential service that they're providing, which is a very stressful situation for loved ones who are caring or for individuals who are caring for a loved one if they're worried that their own health may keep them from being able to take care of their loved one. And then on the other side, on the private insurance, the individual market side, there's a lot of concerns about increasing premiums. And I think everybody kind of bemoans every year, oh, our premiums are going up. I don't like that. But this year, Georgia's marketplace premiums are expected to go up about 22%. That's the fourth highest premium increase in the country. And this is largely due to the expiration of what are called the enhanced premium tax credits, which will expire at the end of the year. And this will cause the cost of coverage to double for some low-income families. And a lot of our caregivers are really in that income level. They'll see pretty drastic increases in their premiums. And this is especially true for caregivers who are working part-time because they're making really just above the poverty level. And so they can qualify for these subsidies, but any premium increase will mean needing to decide between healthcare, putting food on the table, transportation, all those like really difficult decisions. And I'll also just make a note about health coverage affordability too, because this is another theme that came up when we talked about coverage. Folks that talk about having health coverage that's essentially unusable. So a lot of folks described they felt that they were almost uninsured because while they had health insurance, they were enrolled in a high deductible plan. And so literally the only way that they could use their coverage is if they had a catastrophic event and, had a bill that was greater than, $15,000, $20,000. And I make this note because as premiums go up next year, we'll see this problem happen more and more, which is people are attracted to the lowest premium plan, even if they have a really high deductible. And we actually spent a whole caregiver discussion on this about kind of those cost trade-offs and needing to make the choice in your month-to-month payments versus something that may happen eventually one day. And folks reported, being unable to afford routine care because they had such high out-of-pocket costs. So that's a little bit of a nuance that there are folks with coverage, but it's not the best possible coverage that they could have. So there are actually, the good news is there's some solutions that range in, complexity, cost, but we really wanted to focus on solutions that weren't hugely expensive, that kind of kept with the state's health policy choices and were fiscally responsible. So the first recommendation that we have is amending the Pathways to Coverage program and counting caregiving as a qualifying activity. And so Pathways is up for renewal this year. We should find out very soon from CMS if it's been approved, which I imagine it will be. And in the renewal, there is a provision that for adults taking care of children under the age of 6 in very specific circumstances, that caregiving can count as a qualifying activity. But that's not going to help folks that are caring for adult dependent, who are caring for a spouse, a brother, a sister, and it's really pretty narrow for folks too. This would actually align Georgia's Pathways program with the work requirements that were in the federal budget bill. So the details are to be determined, but caregiving will be an exemption from having to meet the work requirements in the federal bill. And this still maintains the intent of the Pathways program while giving caregivers access to health coverage. The second solution is really a few solutions, which is keeping Georgia Access or the individual market affordable. And Georgia's actually really well positioned for this because we operate our own state-based marketplace. We're one of the 19 states that do. And that gives us more control over our market. Some examples of policy solutions include state-supported affordability measures to keep costs down, like a state contribution to lower premiums, to lower cost sharing. Protecting and strengthening the state's existing reinsurance program would be a simpler, much more cost-effective solution. And then something as simple as making it easier for Georgians to compare plans and prices when enrolling. There's a number of policy options that could be considered, but the point of this slide in particular is to note that there are steps that Georgia can take to make coverage more affordable for the demographic that the caregivers we work with kind of fall into, for low income working Georgians who are kind of one medical bill or one unexpected event away from a very, very difficult financial situation. And these policies would have a pretty wide-ranging impact. So I'll just wrap up by saying that, caregivers, as I mentioned, are an incredibly important part of of Georgia's long-term care system, whether it's publicly or officially acknowledged or not. Caregivers keep many Georgians at home and comfortable and from help them, you know, live in the way they want to live in the places that they want to live. And that's a really, really, really important job. Supporting their access to health coverage protects their health, it strengthens their families, and it reduces the strain on our healthcare system overall. And I'll just end with this cheesy kind of tagline that I couldn't help but put in here, which is taking care of caregivers is a smart investment in Georgia's future. So I'm happy to take any questions that you all have.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Chairman Jones, is there any way I could ask a question? This is Ben Watson.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
It's my understanding that the waiver that we applied for the up to 6 year old if you have a person under 6 years old or child under 6 years old, that we presumably will be approved for that. But I think what was passed actually in the House Resolution 1, the big beautiful bill, so to speak, or middle class tax cut, whatever we're calling it now, goes up to 13 years old. I think that's the difference in the two programs compared to the federal versus the state. I presume that would be rolled in the future. So I think that's something that is just point of clarification, really.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Watson. I didn't know you was there. I apologize that. I do have a couple questions. You answered one about the employment issue with the Medicaid situation. This one may not be a legislative solution, but as far as employers are concerned, I think I've kind of read that a lot of caregivers believe that employers are more amenable if they're taking care of a child than they are if they're taking care of a parent. How do we kind of do that, if at all, as far as just educating employers, whether public or private, about the need to maybe be flexible on time or things of that nature that may come up?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that. I think the speaking just from my own experience, I think that conversation is going to be forced very soon. Somebody mentioned kind of the boomer generation, getting older, and there's going to be a lot of folks serving as caregivers very soon. So I think that employers are not going to have a choice but to kind of be more flexible.
The second one is we have programs that are out there and talk about some of the issues that exist, but it seems like there's not a connection point to where actually caregivers know what's going on. How do we kind of solve that, if at all, from a state perspective, to say, okay, you now left the hospital and here's your database where you can go and actually figure out what is actually happening here?
Yeah. And that is such a sticky question. And it comes up so frequently in the healthcare system. I know one model that states are looking at is that community health worker model. So, we have healthcare systems that are strapped for staff and time. So it's not really reasonable to send a nurse or a social worker to someone's home to make sure that they don't have any questions after discharge. Because if you've ever been discharged from the hospital, there's a lot happening in that moment. And community health workers are truly embedded in communities who know folks who, speak the same language or have even the same experiences, who can go and connect people to resources. So I think that having community health workers is one option. I think, a real focus and commitment to ensuring that these folks don't fall through the cracks from the state is also a solution that, we have very smart people and, really fabulous state agencies. And I think if given the proper resources, they could do a lot.
Absolutely. Any other questions, Senator Wicks, Senator Watson? Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it. Thank you. Next up, we have Edwin Berry to come forward, and also Belinda Boldo. Hope I do butcher that last name. Thank you, Mr. Berry. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I need that. Mhm. No. Good afternoon, everyone. What we would like to be able to do today is just talk about some of the federal caregiver programs that's administered here in the state through the VA system. So the things that we talk about here today are federal programs that from the state level, from what we do, we are here to assist the veterans when they're not granted this caregiver benefit that they're trying to seek. So we specifically work for the Georgia Department of Veterans Services in the appeals division. So when the veterans or the caregiver apply for these benefits, there's a process that they have to go through. They have to apply for these benefits, and I'll talk a little bit about what that process entails. But when it does not work out, then the VA has another process for them to be able to try to get those benefits. But what we have to talk about or recognize is that you have two sides of the house working or trying to work together, because in order for them to be able to get some of the caregiver programs that's available to them through the VA, they have to be able to qualify on the healthcare side. So when we all talk about or think about what the VA is made up of, well, and we think it's all one VA, and they are, and it is. But there are different parts that need to work together in order for the veterans to be able to get, or their caregivers to be able to get the benefits that they have. One program that we'll talk about is the General Caregiver Support Program. It's less stringent than the second program, and so what I'd like to be able to do is let Ms. Boldo talk to you about that. What we'll do is we'll go through the slides. Some of the information or some of the slides that we presented, they're there for informational purposes because they're administered by the VA. But what it is, it tells a little bit about what type of relief is available for the actual caregiver. What's available to them? How can they get some respite? How can they have some time off and things like that that will allow them to be able to get up the next day and then go back to work and be able to help those veterans get through what they're experiencing at the time. And so I may just skip through a few slides because, again, those programs are administered by the VA and they are best suited to be explained by them. But we'll just let you know that they are available.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, not saying you got to. You know.
Okay, arrows will work. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Belinda Bolden. I just want to talk just a little bit about the caregiver and some of the requirements that the veteran needs to have in order for that caregiver to provide services. For our caregivers, in order for them to provide services to that veteran first have to be enrolled in the VA healthcare system. They also have to have a need that says they are not able to perform those daily activities. They need assistance in getting out of the bed. They need assistance in taking a shower, feeding themselves, need assistance with medication, need supervision. These are the needs that a veteran has in order for that caregiver to provide services. In addition to that, we talk about the caregiver. We need to take care of our caregivers because they are providing services to our veterans. So we need to take care of them. We need to make sure our caregivers are trained in specific needs for a veteran. Each veteran has specific needs, and we need to make sure that those caregivers have that proper training to be able to provide that service to that veteran. We need to make sure we take care of our caregivers. We need to make sure that we are mindful when they are at that point of burnout. Because if they're at a point of burnout, they're not able to provide that service to our veterans. So we need to make sure we keep an eye on their health and well-being. And also provide them some time where they can rest, relax, and re-energize, because that's what they're going to need to provide their service. Being a caregiver, it takes a lot out on the veterans. I talk to caregivers constantly, and they're telling me that there are times that they're just so exhausted that they don't have time for themselves. So we need to make sure that we take care of our caregivers and be mindful not to get them at burnout. In order to be a part of the VA's caregiver program, it doesn't take much at all. They just need to let VA know that they want to participate in the program and provide services to their family member, and showing that their family member is taken care of at home versus in another facility. Mr. Edwin Berry will talk about the program, assistance program portion of the VA caregiver program.
Okay. And under this particular program, PCAFC program, it is a little bit more stringent for the veterans to be able to participate in this particular program, because the VA, when this program initially started, the veterans, they would have to be service connected for at least a 70% rating. And when I spoke earlier, I was saying that both sides of the house have to be able to speak to one another, communicate that. Initially, it was if you had 70%, you could apply for this program, and it wasn't as assessment heavy as it is now. But now the program has evolved. There are more steps in this process, and the veterans can be, or the caregiver can be denied anywhere along that process. And so what I'll do is I'll talk a little bit about what that process entails. And this is just based on our understanding, because what we do every day, when the veterans are denied, is our responsibility to help them be able to get this benefit granted for that caregiver so that they can move forward. So when I said earlier, both sides need to be able to speak to each other. When we say 70%, we're talking about that veteran have to have a 70% disability rating on the veteran's benefits side. Some people don't understand it. That is where when you hear the veterans speak about, well, I need to go to the benefits and have them so that I can get my benefits. And they're talking about, hey, I'm talking about getting service connected for something that may have happened to me while I was on active duty. So they get that initial rating, not from the healthcare side, but from the benefit side of the house. And then they pass that information on to the healthcare side of the house, because as Ms. Boulder had mentioned earlier, under this program, you have to be enrolled in the veterans healthcare side of it. So if you're not enrolled in veterans healthcare, then you won't be eligible to be able to receive the benefit. So that's part of it. You have to be enrolled in that part of it. So you get your rating from the benefit side of the house, and you take that information over to the healthcare side of the house. And that's where you meet the basic eligibility for this. And they have a few ways for the veterans to be able to do that. But part of that process also, they're saying that the veteran must need in-person personal care services for a minimum of 6 continuous months, based on one or more of the following criteria. And that is, and she mentioned all of those, that criteria earlier, where it was an inability to perform the activities of daily living. You know, can they shower? Can they feed themselves? Can they get up out of the bed? Can they brush their teeth? Can they wash their face? All of those things that they may not be able to do. And so saying that merely having a 70% disability rating does not mean that you will qualify to have those things. That is just a minimum stepping stone for them to be able to assess you. And so the other things, the other criteria must be met in order for you to be eligible for this particular program. And later on, what we would like to do is, again, talk about some of the roadblocks that the veterans run into through this process. But that's part of it. Is they also need, if they need some type of instruction, or if they are a danger to themselves. So sometimes they need to be in a program like this particular program. There are a lot of reasons because they need to, but sometimes the veterans may be a danger to themselves and not even realize that. So sometimes they need somebody there to take care of them. But on the screen that's up, what they list is they list the PCAFC services, and that is training, enhanced respite care, and again, the real particulars and meat and potatoes about all of these particular services are best explained by the VA itself, but we just want everybody to know that they exist. And how do they exist? How do they know? Well, the veterans and their family members, the VA has several different hospitals and clinics throughout the state. And I heard you ask earlier, Senator, about, well, how can we get to these rural areas? And of course, the VA has several hospitals and clinics located throughout the state. A few are in Augusta, but they have them listed. They have them throughout the state, and so they can get that information from the hospital. But again, though, as part of the Georgia Department of Veteran Services, we have offices also strategically located throughout the state. And that is our job, is to help the veterans and their family members with all VA matters. So that's what we're here to do, to help them with those matters. And so if they have any questions or need that type of assistance, then they can contact any of those offices for that assistance. One more thing before I move on, because it is important. Now, even though we're representing the Georgia Department of Veteran Services, the services that are available are for all the veterans of the state. And I mention that because for the most of the veterans that we work with, in order for us to help them with their VA issues or problems or things that they need assistance with, what we have to do is we have to get legal, get their signatures on what's called a power of attorney form. That form is a VA form 2122. On that form, that is not a power of attorney over their lives. That form is specifically designed so to let the VA be able to give us access to their file. And that is real-time access. That is so that we can go in their files, we can look to see if they're eligible, if they qualify for certain things in there. So it allows us to be able to file claims, contact the VA on their behalf, and even file claims on their behalf. So we have a lot of authority to be able to do things on their behalf. And that is access that we need, and it's access that's required by the VA. And it also requires us to have certain training throughout the year so that we can do those things for them. So back to the both sides being able to talk. So when we help them with these issues as they go along, when they go through this process, and I'm sorry I didn't move the screens along, but what I wanted to do is on there, they have this PCA application, and what they're talking about is a 10-step process. And what I wanted to just mention to you, Senator, if I have the time to be able to do that, we partnered with the VA. We asked them to tell us more about this program, this PCAFC application process. We asked them to say, hey, we want to be able to help our veterans better so that they can be able to get this program and understand the ins and out of what it is that what are some of the challenges that they face in going through this program. So we reached out to the VA healthcare side, but we did that through the benefits side. We said, hey, can you get somebody in here to be able to explain this program to us so that we'll know how that we can help them best. And so the benefits side, they reached out to the healthcare side. Again, they have to be able to work together. They got them over, they explained this process to us. And so I just want to talk a little bit about this step, because again, I was saying earlier, they can have some roadblocks that are in front of them along each step of this process. And first of all, there's some information about where you submit the application, the application intake, the veteran assessment, functional assessment, caregiver assessment, and all of the things that's on the list. So first of all, the way that process worked for them, and I'm not trying to give a lesson, but I just want you to understand, in order for us to help them on the backside, we got to at least understand a little bit about this process on the front side. But that initial assessment, which some of the professionals behind me will talk about, but on that initial assessment, when the VA, the healthcare side, when that person calls them up for the initial part of that assessment, a lot of things can go wrong, because in order to get to the next part, you got to get past the first part. So it's almost like the test, so to speak. And what I mean by the test is all they're doing is doing an initial assessment. And so when they're talking to the vet, and I'm not privy to the questions that they may ask the veterans, what they actually ask the veterans when they make that initial assessment call. But when it comes back, but sometimes on those calls, the veterans' pride kick in, because you have a stranger. I've applied for this particular benefit. You have a stranger calling me up and asking me questions so personal, and that I want to appear strong. I want to appear that I am able to do the things that I say that I probably really can't. And so sometimes when they ask these questions, the veteran may say, I don't need any help with that. I don't even know why they're, you understand, you see what I'm saying? The veteran, because of pride, may not give an answer that may be completely truthful. And then you may, because most times they have the caregiver sitting right there beside them, but during that initial assessment, it's not for the caregiver, it's for the veteran. It's for the veteran to be able to answer some initial questions. And then in that initial question, then from that, they move on to the veteran functional assessment. And then that's where the caregiver is in on that conversation. But if they can't get past that initial assessment, because if the veteran is saying, I really don't need this, I don't even know why they applied for this in the first place, that's because of their own pride. I want to appear to be strong. I want to appear to be functional when I really do need some assistance. And so if they can't get past that part, then they have to, start over. And then they have the next part of the assessment where they may call, and on that part of it, what they're saying is they're looking at, they're asking those questions. Have they met the criteria? Does this person meet the 6 continuous months? Because that is important. That is important in this process. Has that veteran met or will meet those 6 continuous months of needs based on what they've said in that assessment? So they move on to that part of that process. They do that veteran assessment. They do the caregiver assessment. So at some point now they're going out to the veteran's house, or they may have either they go to the home itself, or they may have because of technology, they may have a video visit. So that's when they are trying to assess that caregiver to see if they move on to the next step in that process. And that's what they call that the veteran functional assessment. And what is they say it is the clinical assessor completes a functional assessment with the veteran. And then after this is where it gets to that point of, based on all of these assessments, then the VA they have to go to what they call a centralized eligibility and appeals team. They're trying to make a decision on that veteran whether they meet all of the criteria to participate in this program or not. And that's where on the backside, that's where we come in, because once they've completed this process and all the steps that they've had to go through in order to get to an approval or denial, some of the roadblocks that they run into at this point of it is that, and we've had conversations about it, about what happens. We're not too concerned about what happens when they get approved, but what's that process like for the veterans or the caregivers once they get a denial? And we try to review some of them, because what we do as part of the appeals team is we get those appeals, and they go to some of them go to the Board of Veterans Appeals. That's where we see them when it gets to this side of the house. But some of the things that we saw that may be roadblocks to these caregivers and the veterans themselves is when they get a denial, because some is what I'm thinking, when they get this denial letter, sometimes the denial may not be as clear as we think it should be. And I say that because when they send these denial letters out, the VA has to keep a couple of things in mind. They have to keep privacy laws in mind, and they also have to keep HIPAA laws in mind. So when they send something in writings to the veterans, then they have to keep those things in mind. But one of the roadblocks that we thought about that we see is that the answer is not always a specific answer. The very first line on the bottom of the first page is that, we are denying this benefit to you. It doesn't really say, well, we're denying this benefit to you because of this, this, and this. We're denying this benefit to you. And then when you move further along in that denial, what they do is they go through each part of the criteria that caregiver has to go through, and just list all of these general criteria that they had to meet. But in our review of those things, instead of sending the veterans through this part of that, where they have to go through and try to figure out a lot of things about why they really were denied, is that let's get to the meat and potatoes of that. And I'll explain that a little bit. Let's just go ahead and say on page 1 versus all the other things that they're required to do. But on the meeting, on page 1 of that denial, when you say you are denied, let's just go ahead and say you are denied because of this reason, this reason, this reason, and this reason, instead of giving us all of the criteria. You didn't meet something in this group of criteria. You didn't meet something in this group of criteria. Let's just say you didn't meet the criteria for this, this, and this, and this. Now, go back to the veterans benefit side of the house. When a veteran is denied for a benefit, what they do in their denial, what they say is, in order for you to get this benefit, this, and this must be present in order for you to get this benefit. On the healthcare side is you are denied, here are all the criteria. Somewhere along the way, you didn't meet one of these criteria in there. And so here's the appeal process. Now, I say here's the appeal process. So in that appeal process, the veterans are, they can do a lot of different things. And so with the law change, with the appeals management, what they can do is they can appeal to the VA on the healthcare side. Now, with us being where we are on the appeal side of the house, across the street on the benefit side of the house, those letters that they send to the caregivers denying them is not put into their benefits package unless they appeal, and rightfully so, because those are healthcare records. You have an individual caregiver that is, it could or could not be a family member. So you have privacy issues. So all of that is not put into their benefit side unless it is specifically requested.
Oh, Mr. Barry,
Yes, sir.
one second. I think Senator Wicks may have a question for you
Yes,
right quick.
yes, sir.
And
Yes,
we probably need to start kind of wrapping it up too,
Okay,
about
okay.
1 more minute, but
Okay,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, ask your question, Mr.
So much for your presentation, but I do have several questions in reference to that. So, me being a 30-year Army veteran, I've had several situations in reference to what you're talking about. So one, I just want to recap several things that you said. To go back to talk about the rural areas. I had one of the constituents down in a rural area. When you talk about, you have these satellite clinics, and they don't address all of the situations in reference to the constituents. So they would still have to come up to the main hospital to address the situations that they need to address. So so you said you touched on that there's hospitals or there's clinics that address all our veterans issues. They don't address all our veteran issues. They would still have to come up to the Claremont VA, to the main hospital, to get their situations addressed. So that's one of the issues that I want to touch on. And then when you talked about the appeals process or the different issues in reference to the caregivers, the timeline is an issue for me because I did receive one of those letters, and so when you sit back and you say timeline, and you're right, there's two different systems. You have your benefit system and you have your healthcare system, which both of the systems do not talk to each other. So but when you have seniors that don't have the proper documentations to file the different to file for caregivers, and you have your families that have the different issues that, hey, we need help. that reach out to our offices and say, hey, we need help, and how do we address our caregiver issues? So it's not so much as that you give them a blanket answer. We should give, especially the VA and all, we should give them a better resolution versus just saying, hey, you were denied because of this. You know, we should help them resolve the issue versus just saying you was just denied. And if you were denied, you had to start all over again, which is like a year or 2 years. Or if you want to stay in this process, if you appeal, your appeal process could take up to 2 to 3 years. So that is not the best course of action. So I'm glad that you addressed everything you're saying is actually correct, because since 2022, I've been dealing with this same situation. Here it is 2025, and I'm still in an appeal process.
So because I was getting to one specific point, but when I said, hey, when they should give you a more specific answer, and the reason I was saying that is because if they give you a more specific answer, you will know what you will have to do in order to reapply, because here's what happens with that. If they give you a specific answer as to why you did not meet the criteria, then you can work on getting the information together so that you can apply. Let me give you
But hang on one second. But why should we, especially our senior veterans, why should we have them to go back and do all this data and all this research, especially in our rural areas, have them to go back and regurgitate the same information? And if they go back and get the information, they will have to start all over from scratch.
right.
We'll have a conversation offline.
Right,
But
but let me
we're gonna go ahead.
I just wanted to make one point about that process. And again, this is a VA process. This is a federal program, and all we're trying to do is be able to help the veterans navigate that process. And so what I did learn from our meeting with the healthcare side of it is that even though they are appealing the process, and I don't, I don't like that process, that it may take a year or two in order for them to be able to navigate that part of it. My point about giving them a specific reason about why they were denied is something that can be, if it's something that's pretty simple, something easy, then maybe they don't have to go through that appeal process. Maybe they can do what they need to do in order to meet the criteria, and they won't have to wait a year or two to find out about an answer that they can have now. Meet the criteria. If they do what they need to do to meet the criteria now, even if they have an appeal going on, they can reapply.
We just want to wrap this up, and we
Okay.
have a sidebar conversation.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that for caregiving, because what this does is it puts a strain on the families. It puts a strain financially, but we're just trying to come up with a better solution for education purposes for families. So in the end, you're not gonna have a sidebar conversation, but just bringing the situation awareness on the caregiving side for our veterans. We need a better streamline, especially in our rural areas, because if we're gonna have multiple appointments for rural areas to come all the way from Warner Robins and Macon to come all the way up to Atlanta for appointments, we need to better streamline this process. That's the only thing that I'm saying. But we can have a conversation offline.
I would.
And Mr. Berry, can I ask you to be about 2 more minutes, please? To wrap up, if you can.
Well, thank you, Senator. Well, we really just wanted to be able to just, make awareness about those particular programs. But under this particular program, there is a stipend associated with it. Under this program, it can be a family member, or it can be somebody who is not a family member. But the VA has certain rules about that as well, and that could be a roadblock if it is not a family member. A big roadblock to that is that if it's not a family member, then they would require that non-family member to live in the household. And I just, I have an issue with that, but there are some rules to that, and I just wanted to find out some more information about that as far as why that is a requirement for a non-family member to have to live in the household with the veteran, be there and live in the household with the veteran. So, and I'm going to ask more about that part of it, that process. But other than that, if Ms. Bolder have some comments that she'd like to be able to add.
I just want to say one thing. One thing we need to do is make sure that when a veteran is denied this benefit, that they understand the appeals process. Because many times they don't have to go to a BVA, which is a Board of Veterans Appeals hearing, which takes 2 to 3 years. There's a process within that system that they can appeal to. So we need to make sure that that veteran understands and that caregiver understand that even though they have a denial, they still can appeal it in a timely manner versus waiting 2 or 3 years.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Next, we have Commissioner Kevin Tanner. Please come up. Commissioner here, you about to have to get potatoes up. Listen to potato sleep. Yes. Commissioner Tanner, you're up. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the opportunity. So was asked to talk about the now comp waivers and some of the work that our agency does around that. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Appreciate this subcommittee's work for prioritizing a very important conversation and one that our agency deals with every day. I'm the commissioner of the department. We are an agency that's the Mental Health Authority and also the IDD Authority for the state. We also run 5 psychiatric hospitals in the state, along with 6 field offices. And one of the things as I came in, I heard you talking about was making folks drive distances. That's one of the things we take a lot of pride in is we have 6 field offices spread out all over Georgia. We have a regional director in each field office, and we also have a deputy assistant commissioner located in South Georgia and then one here in North Georgia. So we like to make sure we're as accessible as possible to the people we're serving. Make sure I can get this going. Did you say the arrows? It's not going. Now you got it. Just takes a magic touch. Thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about laying a little bit of a foundation. So the Homestead decision is a 1999 Supreme Court decision that really deals directly with the work that we're doing, and it deals with affirming the unjustified segregation of people with disabilities in institutions, a form of unlawful discrimination under ADA. The core principle of that is we have to serve people in the least intrusive, the least institutional setting we can, the most integrated setting we can, and that's a basic civil right under this legislation. One of the things that that meant is we obviously have moved a lot of people out of institutional settings, including our Gracewood campus at Augusta. But it also allows us to treat people in a way that we're able to find out what their needs are, what they want to happen in their lives. We're able to do this through waivers. A waiver is a waiver in a Medicaid program that provides long-term care in the community outside the hospital. That can be either in home, as we'll talk about, or that can be in a community group home. Traditionally, Medicaid only funds in hospital type care, so a waiver allows for that to be done out of the hospital. And we'll talk a little bit about different types of waivers, but one of the things that's important to keep in mind, and I'll mention this several times, there's more waivers that the state has other than just the ones that our agency administers. So oftentimes people will call us about a specific situation. They may not fall under the now comp waiver, but they may fall under one of the other waivers that the state has. So 1915C is all home and community-based waiver programs. They're fee-based programs, meaning that a provider is paid for specific services they render, whether it's like a test or a procedure or a certain care that they're able to provide. And it requires that individuals meet certain criteria. So these criterias may be limited to a certain medical diagnosis or developmental disability, but oftentimes I get calls from legislators about a specific case, and when we start drilling down, the person may not qualify for our specific waivers. But what we do try to do is help them find the right service, whether it's with our agency or another agency. The application also requires approval from the state Medicaid agency and approval by CMS. So as you know, the Department of Community Health is a state Medicaid authority in the state. We are the agency that administers the now comp waiver. On the screen, you will see, and I won't go through all of these, but these are some other waivers that DCH administers as the Medicaid agency that may also help individuals, including children. And then you see the two waivers that we specifically manage, which is at the bottom of the page, the now and comp waiver. So now comp waivers are designed to help people in a couple of different ways, several different ways. The now comp waiver is specific to helping people live in their home. So this is for individuals who may be still living with family. They may be living independently, but they're still able to live on their own or with care from family members. And we'll go into more detail about that. And the comp waiver is typically more expensive, and that is one where the person may have to live or does live in a group type setting. And the now waiver, we currently have 4,505 individuals receiving that waiver today. The comp waiver, as you see, comprehensive supports waiver, we have 9,789 individuals actively receiving that today. And again, this is where people are typically in a group type setting, a group home. Those are typically 4-person group homes. The now new options waiver, the now waiver can pay for a whole host of services. That could be family supports or bringing someone in during the day, a nurse in during the day to help the family. There's a whole host of things that could pay for, but the real difference is the person's receiving that care in their home, not in a group type setting. So eligibility is obviously important. Individuals can be eligible for an now comp waiver either if they have a diagnosis of an intellectual disability or if they have a closely related condition to an intellectual disability like autism, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome. But the mere presence of an intellectual disability or a closely related condition is not in itself going to automatically qualify them. That's not enough. There's more to the criteria than that. You'll see that we're serving under 14,000 individuals in Georgia with a now comp waiver. We know there's a lot more Georgians today that have an intellectual developmental disability that's able to be served in other ways. So diagnosis of intellectual disability, this is a simplified criteria. This is obviously a process that's handled through our regional offices all across Georgia. But the age of onset has to be prior to 18 years old. The person has to have significant difficulties in everyday skills. And you see on the screen conceptual skills, language, reading, writing, money, numbers, social skills such as communications, relationships, being able to stay safe, independently follow rules, practical skills like daily living, self-care, etc. And then intellectual functioning, the IQ is around 70 or below, 2 standard deviations below the average. But there's a caveat there that some people with an IQ of 70 to 75 may still qualify if they have a clear significant difficulties in adaptive functioning. So if they're in that range, then we would want our psychologist and our staff to take a look at that individual to see if they qualified. And then ongoing significant impact. This is not caused only by issues like mental illness or learning disabilities, ADHD, brain injury, or substance abuse. And then a person may also qualify if they have a condition like severe cerebral palsy, epilepsy, or another similar condition, not a mental illness. So the now comp waiver is not providing that service to someone whose only diagnosis is mental illness. Age of onset, the age of onset to fall under this specific criteria has to be prior to 22 years old. Level of care, the person requires ICF or ID institutional level care unless they can receive in-home or community-based services. So these are individuals that historically would have been served in an institution type setting, but because of this waiver, they're able to be served in community. Adaptive functioning limitations, a person has serious difficulties in 3 or more areas such as self-care, which obviously would be dressing, eating, hygiene, understanding or using language, learning mobility, making decisions or directing their own life, not being able to live independently. These challenges must be directly due to the developmental disability itself, not to other issues such as substance abuse or mental illness, personality disorder, or learning disabilities. So again, that's not to say they cannot receive services. They're just not going to be able to receive them from this particular waiver. So when we get an application, that application is first reviewed by one of our psychologists. Our IDD division of our agency has psychologists within all 6 regional field offices. They review the application. If the psychologist determines this person meets the criteria for the target population, and they go through the process to get on the planning list, we call it, they're determined to be pre-eligible, and they go onto the planning list and prepare to go through the intake process for the now comp waiver. Just because someone's on the planning list does not mean that they actually make the final determination of eligibility for the now comp waiver, but that is the first step in working toward getting a waiver. So DBHDD, you've probably heard us talk about the planning list during session. It's talked about a lot during the budget part of the session. We maintain a planning list because we want to keep an eye on individuals so we can plan for how many waivers are we going to need, how many individuals we need to be prepared to serve. The planning list is about 7,900 individuals are on the planning list currently. 3,200 of those are under 21. The now comp waiver, they're not eligible for a now comp waiver if they're under 21. They obviously can be on the planning list because we're looking out into the future and know that at some point this person's probably going to need a now comp waiver. Not everybody who's over 21 who's on the planning list needs a waiver today. Sometimes family members want to keep their loved one at home and they're capable of taking care of their, maybe adult son, adult daughter at home, but they know that that's going to change at some point in their life. So we want to be prepared for that. So one of the things that we try to do is, and there's a note there about the waiver is a payer of last resort. So that's the way the Medicaid waiver is set up. Now comp waiver prioritizes, the prioritization of that really depends on the person's current situation, their life events, unmet needs, and we score that currently on this need score range that you see. And this is of May of 2025, and this is a number of people who fell into each of these categories. So the higher the number, the more urgent the need is. So you have to think of the planning list. It's not a first come, first serve list. It's based on need. So I may be on the planning list today and I'm living with my mother who's taking care of me, and I may be at a lower need today. My mother may die of a heart attack, and all of a sudden my primary caregiver is out of the picture. My situation has changed. Now my need jumps up to the front, and we prioritize those. So we always try to be able to get those folks into services, and that's why we have the planning list, is to be ready for when those situations arise. One of the things I'm excited about, and we have a lot of good partners at the department. I know you're going to be hearing from at least one of those groups, Darcy, and later, I think, in the presentation. And her and a lot of other experts are involved in some work that we're doing at the agency. We have developed a work group internally of providers, of people who have lived experience, who have intellectual developmental disabilities themselves, with parents who have children with intellectual developmental disabilities, and advocates for this community, all at the table working on several things, including a new planning tool. This new planning tool is going to be a new measurement for need. And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to look at splitting out that planning list in a way that's easier for you as a legislator, as me as a commissioner, anyone else to really understand it. So we'll be able to say, these are the individuals who need services now. If money was not an object and you gave me the now comp waivers I needed, these are the people we would put in services. This is the intermediate need. These are the people who we anticipate in the next 2 to 5 years are going to need to come into services. And this is the forecast. This is the people that may be 6, 7, 8 years old, but way out in the future, we know this person may need a now comp waiver. And our goal is to work toward eliminating a planning list so that we're able to give you the tools you need as legislators and as appropriators to be able to hopefully provide the funding so that anyone who's in the need of a now comp waiver is able to receive that. But we really haven't been able to have that conversation in a way that gives you that information. That's about to change. In addition to the work group, we've also put together through your work at the Senate. The legislation actually started in the Senate last session. Senator Brass introduced it, but it changed the makeup of the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission, which has been very successful on the mental health side of getting additional funding and resources to the table. And it added an IDD subcommittee, a permanent standing IDD subcommittee to BRIC. Dr. Laws, who is a professor at the University of Georgia and who's a national expert in this work, chairs that subcommittee. They're also working toward a lot of these initiatives we're going to talk about today. So one of the things we recognize as an agency, we have a lot of experts. We have psychologists, we have doctors, we have clinicians, we have people who've worked 20, 30 years in this field, but we don't have all the answers. We need to bring other people to the conversation, people who have that lived voice and lived experience. And we're doing that through both the subcommittee's work, who have those individuals on that group, but also through the work group. So we're very excited about the direction we're heading and excited about the work that this group is doing. So talking a little bit about waiver services specifically. So DBHDD, we walk with the families each step of the process, and that doesn't just end when you receive your waiver. So when someone's approved for a waiver, the family or caregiver will work with a support coordinator. You can think of a support coordinator like a case manager. That individual works, the case manager, the support coordinator works with the individual, because every individual we serve is different. Their needs are different. Their family's needs are all different. So that individual will try to determine what does Kevin need versus what does Chairman Jones need. So they will work with us and make those determinations. And then clinical supports, there's a wide range of clinical supports that are offered through the Now Comp. You see those there. It can be behavioral supports for individuals with challenging behavior. adult nursing. That can be services provided by a licensed nurse or a registered nurse, and that can be, again, in home, or it can be in a community home setting if they're on the comp waiver. Nutrition, we have a focus on making sure the person's dietary needs. We have to focus on, with a lot of these individuals, we focus on things of their diet and bowel obstructions and choking hazards and all the things you might think about that go along with a population that we serve. We also do adult therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy. A lot of services are offered through the Now Comp waiver. Community integration. This is something that Ron Wakefield, who wasn't able to be with us today, he's our director of our IDD division. And Ron's very, very proud of the work that we do through supported employment. And this is where we support individuals in trying to find and help them maintain a job. The key to this, though, is we're not about just having everyone sit around and play cards. And we're also not just about making ourselves feel good. What we're interested in is we want to take every individual and we want to find out what they want, because these are individuals. They're adults, and just because their parents may have a desire, we still want to find out what this adult male, what this adult female wants in their lives. And if they want a job, then we're going to figure out a way to help them get a job. There's a night of champions down in Chairman Watson's area. He's very familiar with this, down in Savannah, that happens every year, where they honor the champions, which are individuals who have intellectual developmental disabilities. And I was there this year, and they honored a man who is in a wheelchair, has very little movement of his body below his neck, difficult to understand him when he communicates. But he had started his own business with the help of supportive employment, and he had it was working with other companies and helping them become more handicap accessible and friendly. And one of the folks who was there that helped present him the award was the owner of the Motor Speedway here in Atlanta, because his business had contracted with them, and it was incredible what this man had been able to accomplish. But again, a lot of folks traditionally would have not have allowed that opportunity for him, but that's what this is about. Community access, this can be provided with individuals or in groups, but again, our goal is to get people not in just a day center, but actually out into the community, integrated into the community. So for the community residential alternative, this is for individuals who are living in a residential home operated by one of our provider agencies. So DBHD doesn't directly operate homes. We have contracts with providers. This is where participants receive support in daily living activities, community activities, and household chores. The agency staff, they assist, they train, they supervise in the home. This is not an institution. The doors are not locked. We don't force people to stay there. We don't get to restrict ingress, egress. This is a home in the community. And obviously the people who live there have different levels of mobility, et cetera. But they receive services in the home. And then community living support, CLS, again, is this is where we assist individuals in improving their skills to be able to live in their own home or in their family home. Again, we can send providers in, staff in to help them be successful, but it's really about integrating that person into the community. So one of the challenges, and again, you may have heard or hear about some of these challenges. Individual who gets stuck in an emergency room, for instance, that individual may have high needs, and that's been a real challenge for the state and for us. It's a challenge for other states. So one of the things that we're doing to correct that is we're creating 3 new types of placements. We got CMS last year. We got the governor's support to push this through DCH's board and get it to CMS, and they've approved the reimbursement model that we submitted for these new types of placements. And you see them there: behavioral focused CRA, This is really targeting an individual who has severe behavioral challenges. We create a path to stability, and we're utilizing obviously the now comp waiver and state funds to help fund that. And then intensive CRA, that is for individuals who are requiring a long-term, high-intense support location home to live in. This is for an individual who may not be able to live long-term in one of our traditional homes. But again, we don't want to put that person in an institutional setting, so this is still a community-based home. And then specialized transitional. This is we have crisis beds also in Georgia where if someone has intellectual developmental disabilities and they're in crisis, they go into one of our crisis beds. It's not designed for them to permanently stay there. The idea with this specialized transitional is for them to be able to step down out of their crisis bed and slowly work their way back into the community. And then this one that I'm very, very proud of, which if you look at the bottom there, number 4 is Crisis Service and Diagnostic Center. We're very proud of this facility. It opened down in Macon just a couple months ago. It is a 36,000 square foot, 16 inpatient bed facility. There's really nothing like this in the country. It is a place to stabilize an individual with high needs. They have intellectual developmental disability. They're an adult. They are in crisis, and we're not able to find an alternative placement for them. This is a place they can go where we have the right medical team to find out what's going on with the person, and let's get them stabilized. River Edge, one of our community service board partners, we have them under contract to run the inpatient piece of this. But Mercer Medical School is running the outpatient component under contract with us. They're actually going to be training new doctors and others through this facility so that as those doctors go out all across Georgia to work, they're going to have more experience working with our population. They're also working with Augusta University to through the dental school, to create a dental fellowship program here. This has the nicest dentist office I've ever been in. This is a very beautiful facility that is a very caring place. The first person that came in to this location has already been, they were discharged on September the 25th. And they were discharged to one of our transitional homes. And so that's our goal, is to stand this entire system up so that no one gets stuck in an institution, but they're able to come get stabilized and then step down in a timely way out into the community. The only way that happens is we have to stand the system up together, and that's what we're working on. So I mentioned earlier that, and let me just say on this CSDC, we'll have 7 admissions, 7 people there by the end of this week. We'll have all 16 beds open over the next couple of months. Everything we do, we try to be very methodical about how we operate these locations, because you don't want to just bring 16 people in at one time. You want to let the person come, get the staff up to speed on what the needs are. So we're slowly building up the census, and it'll eventually be 16 all the time at that location. We anticipate Mercer opening the outpatient component next month. That we're going to have dermatology, OBGYN, cardiology, dental, everything within the walls of this facility. So they're going to be able to take care of the whole person and really understand what's going on with the person. This is a QR code to our regional offices. These are where our regional offices are located around the state. Again, we have a regional director. This QR code will actually let you drill in to see who the regional director is, who the supervisor for behavioral health is, who's the supervisor for developmental disability work in that region. We have a developmental disability office and a behavioral health office at all 6 regions. All 6 regions process now comp waiver applications. They all have planning list coordinators. They all have navigators in each of the regional offices. I will tell you, we have 6 very responsive regional directors. I encourage the members of the committee, if you haven't done this, take an opportunity and let us know. We'd love the opportunity to introduce you to your regional director who works in your area. That way you can have that personal connection. So if you get a constituent that calls you either about behavioral health or about developmental disability, substance abuse, suicide, let us know, let the regional director know. They'll be able to connect you to the resources closest to where you serve. I do have Dr. Jeff Thompson with me today. Dr. Thompson is our regional director for Region 3. His office is located on Panthers Railroad here in Atlanta. So he covers Region 3, which is primarily the metro Atlanta area here in the state. So, but we have good quality folks all around. And then I would be remiss if I didn't tell you to consider following us on social media. We push out a lot of information to try to be relevant to the public and to keep people informed about what we're doing. And also, I just want to clarify a couple of things too. I mentioned earlier that individuals will now comp waivers are adults. That's not to say there's not services available for children, but those services typically are provided through other resources outside our agency. Individuals who are under 21 are eligible for the waiver. If there's no other resources available. What we try not to do is replicate or take the place of what the school system is receiving federal dollars to provide or other resources. And then individuals under 21 must receive services through EPSDT, which is a program administered by DCH. And there's a whole host of programs that are available. One of the things that our agency is gotten a lot better at, I think, is our regional offices are equipped. Even if someone calls us and we don't have the necessary tool in the toolbox, or it doesn't fall under our agency, we can help be the conduit to connect the parent or the person to the right agency and try to help cut through some of that red tape. So use us as a resource in your districts, and we're happy to help. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner Tanner. I did have one, but I think you kind of hit on it, and that was when it says that the waiver serves as a last resort payer and not replace other programs such as school services. I think now I kind of get it, but I was going to ask you to kind of explain that because I was kind of lost there for a second.
Yeah, so the federal government funds a lot of programs and services through the school system, through the Department of Education. So we're not to take the place of that. The Medicaid waivers payer last resort, but it's there if the person needs that level of care.
Senator Wicks, did you have something? And I did have and that is basically tying on to the same thing. That waiver required by not taking place of the school service, that's coming from the federal government.
That's right.
Okay.
It's a requirement that the Medicaid waiver is the payer of last resort. So if there's other services being made available through other funding, then they would have to take advantage of that first.
And I did have one other. The 4,500 waivers, I believe that was the now option about people being in their home. Is that basically the number we have because it's we still have a lot of people out there that's unmet need, or are we basically covering everybody who qualifies?
Yeah. So that's the number we currently have funding for and have on that waiver. I would say that we obviously have a planning list of around 7,500 individuals. So there's a portion of that planning list who, if funding was not a barrier, we would add additional folks to both the now waiver and the comp waiver. So, and that's what the urgency tool that our work group is working on perfecting now. Once we reassess all the individuals on the planning list, we'll be able to have numbers to show you this is exactly how many people in Georgia qualify and need a waiver today.
Absolutely. Commissioner Townwood, thank you so much. Coming from Augusta, I'm very familiar with the Gracewood, and this is 10 steps up from what we always used to be, and I do appreciate the work you guys have been doing.
And Gwen Skinner is our regional director over at Augusta, and she's based actually on the hospital campus there. So if she can help you, I know she would always be willing to do that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Next up, we have Darcy Robb, Executive Director of Georgia Council on Development and Disabilities. Come on up. That girl. Whatever she had. Oh my God. She what? She's in bed. I'll talk to the person.
Hi there. Good afternoon.
Absolutely. You're up. Thank you.
Hey, no, thank you so much for having me. And thank you for the shuffle of order. I have to get my kiddo to an
I
appointment.
understand.
I'm Darcy Robb. I have the honor of being the executive director of the Georgia Council on Developmental Disabilities, or GCDD. Thank you all so much for having me here to speak to you today about now comp waivers and family caregivers. I want to thank our public policy team behind me, which is Kathy Harmon Christian and Charlie Miller. I believe y'all know them. And also our members and family caregivers, Brooke Kubik and Thais Kaiser. They'll be speaking right after me. We are going to be fairly quick. I know y'all have had a lot of information, so we're going to keep it moving,
Thank you.
of course. All right. At GCDD, our mission is to bring about social and policy changes that promote opportunities for the wide spectrum of diverse people with developmental disabilities and their families to live, learn, lead, work, play, and worship in their communities. And that reflects our commitment to advancing public policy that benefits Georgians with developmental disabilities and their families. Now, it would be fair to ask, how do we know what benefits Georgians with DD and their families? And first and foremost, we ask them. What you're looking at here is data from a survey that we did this spring. We heard from almost 400 Georgians in the Georgia disability community. And the biggest question we asked them was, what areas need the most attention to improve the lives of Georgians with IDD, intellectual and developmental disabilities, and their families? You can see we had a very clear winner. This long red bar near the bottom of your screen. Over 2/3 of people who took this survey identified services and supports as a top area of need, including the now comp waiver. And out of that group, over half of them said the most important thing is to make it easier to get a now comp waiver. So by having your committee's interest in this topic, you're right on the pulse of this community. I thank you for that. All right, let's take a moment back and step back and look at the broader population of Georgians with intellectual and developmental disabilities. There are approximately 226,000 in Georgia. My team is actually doing some research right now because that does not include the rapidly expanding rise in autism diagnoses that we're all familiar with. But of this population, 75% of them live with a family caregiver. Now, if we look at the population of folks who are, I think what was about on the waiting list for the now comp waiver, it's a lot smaller than that 226,000. I think Commissioner Tanner shared we've got, I want to say about 13,000 folks currently being served. His team can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's still a lot smaller than that overall number. That feeds into some things the commissioner was saying. Not everybody with a developmental disability or even an intellectual disability is going to qualify for now or comp. There's a very high bar to qualify, and it is easier in a lot of states, for example, Tennessee, to qualify for one of their waivers. Every state sets their own criteria. So only folks with very significant impact of their disability even qualify for this waiver. And that's going to be folks have to have the intellectual disability or something that looks a lot like it, again, as the commissioner was saying. Now, despite the fact that it's hard to qualify, we still have almost 8,000 folks who are waiting. Commissioner Tanner mentioned the number of children. So tracking with that, that means we do have 4,700 adults who are 23 or older. We cannot say, of course, and I would not say that every one of them needs a waiver today, because every single person doesn't. That's not true. But I will tell you that in the IDD community, typically the time for most folks when you want that waiver to start is as they're getting out of high school. So whether they finish at 18, whether they stay to 20 or 22, you don't want them to fall off what we call that IDEA cliff. You don't want them to stop getting school services and then have nothing. So that's a typical benchmark of where we want that waiver to start. And, you know, of course, Senator Jones, I think you were asking about the children. One of my staff told me just yesterday, there are currently 23 children 18 and under in this state on now comp waivers. That is unusual. Those would be situations of very high need. But thanks to my staff, I can share that with you. Oh, and I'm sorry. And for folks who, but all these folks who do need waivers and don't have them, which again is not the full waiting list, but we can reasonably say it is a lot of those folks. The families are at high risk of crisis, and those individuals face risks like institutionalization, like homelessness, or even incarceration. Okay, so unfortunately, the reality, if you look in the dollars and cents, our state has consistently underfunded our now and comp waivers. What you're looking at here is a chart of the last 12 state budget years back to 2014. Those tall orange bars are the number of people waiting for a now comp waiver on the list. You can see it's between 6,000 and 9,000 individuals. The small blue bars are the number of new waivers added to each year's budget, and that has ranged from 75 to just over 500. It does not have to be this way. Not all states have a waiting list for their DD waivers. In recent years, Oklahoma and Tennessee are two of the states that have shrunk or entirely eliminated their waiting lists. So the root of the problem here is that Georgia's fiscal effort is low. And fiscal effort, of course, that's defined as what is our spending on IDD services for every $1,000 of personal income in our state. This chart shows the states in the Southeast along with the national average. Y'all, in your PowerPoints and in the paper copies, we updated this information from 2023 data. What you're seeing here is 2019, which we just updated for you. But what y'all are seeing is not very different from what we see on screen. Georgia has actually dropped by one for those of y'all in the room. We now have Kentucky, Arkansas, and Louisiana leading our region. The national average at the time of this slide was $4.60. It's now $4.66. Georgia, on the slide folks are seeing in the room, was third from the bottom. We are, unfortunately, in the updated data, we are second from the bottom with $2.52 of fiscal effort. We're a little over half the national average. I do not say this to, I don't say this to shame anybody. I don't say this to be negative. I say this because this is the reality of what our state is doing, and we see it in what shows up for our citizens. I used to work in Kentucky. I started my DD career in Kentucky. And if anybody would like to guess how long the waiting list was for our version of the Now waiver, we didn't have one.
In Kentucky?
We didn't have a waiting list. No.
What part of Kentucky?
I went to school at UK and I worked over in Frankfurt.
I'm from Louisville, that's why.
Okay, a Cardinal. We won't fight.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, very good. We'll have to talk sometime about that. All right. So our recommended steps, what do we recommend for y'all? Number one, not going to surprise you, fund more waivers. The goal is not to get a waiver tomorrow for all 7,900 people on the list. But the goal is that every person who qualifies for a waiver should get one at the time they need it. Next one is also big. We want to make sure Medicaid cuts do not impact Georgians with IDD. And that means no cuts to services for adults with DD. That also means not cutting DBHDD staffing. That's what happened during COVID. Every agency took a budget hit. The problem when you cut staffing is then you can't provide as many services out to folks. And DBHDD's capacity was reduced to the point where, again, they can correct me and please do if I'm wrong, they could only process about 100 new waivers a year. We cannot do that again. The budget bill, OBBBA. The good news is that there is nothing that I have seen that targets Medicaid for people with DD. However, waiver funding in Medicaid is optional. These services are optional. Medicaid has to fund services like nursing homes. We don't have to fund home and community-based services. And so whenever we see a big cut to Medicaid, folks in our community know there is a risk. Waiver funds could be flat, even reduced. Although that said, once somebody has a waiver, it is virtually impossible to lose that. But we're not at a place where we need to be flat. We're at a place where we need more. Commissioner Tanner spoke about the upcoming work with DBHDD. We really appreciate that work. We're excited to be included with the partners. We are very hopeful that we'll come to a place where we can all endorse the new assessment, the new waiting list, the additional waiver. So more on that, and we know you'll get that from them as well. The final recommendation from our council is our members have been advocating for a body to coordinate our state's overall work and systems for people with DD. It is not all about DBHDD. A lot of it is, but you've also got DCH. You've also got GVRA. You've also got DOE. You've also got DCA. All of these systems are critical in the lives of people with DD. And right now, there is nobody, there's no commission, there's no interagency council. We're not coordinating or unifying their efforts. So our concern is not only is that inefficient for us as a state, but it's overwhelming and it's confusing for people with disabilities and their families to deal with all those systems. With sensitivity to time, I'm only going to briefly touch on the final slides. We mostly have them for y'all as resources, but I did want to pause first and see if y'all had any questions at this point.
Yes, one quick one. You mentioned the high bar to qualify, and every state sets theirs. Is there anything in particular that makes our bar so high? And would that be changed with this new assessment that we're kind of speaking of, or potentially?
That's a great question. And the lady sitting beside me is actually an integral part of the assessment committee. I think that is TBD on whether the assessment would impact that. The high bar, it's really the requirement for intellectual disability. Developmental disability is a broad umbrella term. So you might have somebody who's very physically impacted by their disability and needs support to get through daily life. That person would not qualify under our current waiver definition for now comp.
And one other one, Oklahoma and Tennessee, was it just fiscal that they increased their money, or was there other things to get their wait list down?
That's a great question. A lot of it was fiscal. We actually produced a report for the governor's office focusing on Tennessee, and we can share that with you and the committee members about what they did. Sure.
Anything?
Yes, I have a question. Is there a strategy to reduce the waiver wait time? And then also, is there any intermediate support while the wait time is so high?
I mean, I do think, to be fair, that DBHDD needs to speak to that because they are the ones who administer, not us. I do think that the root of the problem, it's not the only thing, but we're not going to solve it without adequate funding.
So basically funding is the key.
Funding is the core. Now, these other pieces like the new assessment, creating an additional waiver, those pieces are going to help. But I think we need to, I know the department is looking at ways to strategically use the money they have now. I would argue that we're also going to need more investment, especially when we look at how low we are compared to the rest of the nation.
Thank you. You can continue.
Questions? All right, we're going to take a quick walk through these slides.
All right.
And then get to the real show. You can see we've put together some funding info for you. If the state were to fund 2,400 waivers, that would be 0.17% of the fiscal 26 budget. 0.17%. We've got some more budget info for you there. We broke down for you the cost of waivers versus institutionalization here. The comp waiver, by the way, a lot of times folks do think group homes, but you can use comp waiver to be in your own home. Providing services, we did a case study breakdown for a young woman named Mia. The state actually gets a return on investment when we provide waivers, which we're actually about to fund some research on that at GCDD. But when you fund a waiver, you're not just putting money into that waiver. Many times that person works, they volunteer in their community. Many times family members can go back to work. You're also employing people in the local economy. So these are all considerations. These are a couple quotes we pulled for you from that survey we did this spring. I won't read all of them, but we thought it was reflective of where folks are. We thought whoever made that last statement kind of summed it up what we're hearing from a lot of folks, which is that it's critical for Georgia to step up its game across the board. Our state is too robust and financially stable to be in such poor shape for those with disabilities. All right. On that note, unless y'all have anything else for me, I will hand it to Britt Kubik and Thais Kaiser.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
All right. First of all, would you like a brief answer about your waiver question that you had answered? So the new waiver screening tool that we're looking at is basically we are revamping the urgency, determination of urgency and need screening tool. And Jeff Thompson is sitting back there, and he's the chair of this is his brainchild, the chair of this committee. But basically what we are doing is we will basically take that pot of 8,900 individuals that are on that wait list, give or take a few, and it will help us to better prioritize which individuals actually need the waiver right now. So what is the urgency? So that hopefully, and this also depends upon funding, and that hopefully those individuals that need it critically and urgently get that funding. And then it will allow us to better have better long-term forecasting of, okay, in the next 3 to 4 years, we will need this many waivers funded. In the next 5 to 10 years, we will need this many. And so that's what we're hopeful that will allow us to do.
Yes.
I don't know if that helped, but
No, it absolutely helps. Yes. Thank
anyway, so sorry, but good afternoon. My name is Brooke Kubik, and I am a member of GCDD, and I want to thank you guys for allowing us to come and speak. I'm the mother of 5 children. 4 of them have disabilities, and I know in the packet that you have, sometimes it's easy to put a face to it, a name, and I've got some pictures of my kids in the back, because I'm a proud mom. But today I want to speak to you about, as the caregiver for my son Max and my daughter Mamie, who both have developmental and physical disabilities. Max is a remarkable young man. He has high-functioning autism and complex medical and physical disabilities, yet he's never let those challenges stop him. He scored a perfect 36 on the ACT, a perfect 1600 on his SAT, first time taking both, and will be the valedictorian of a very highly competitive class this year. And his dream is to one day become a neurologist so that he can help children with neuromuscular diseases like himself. I know that he can handle the academics of any university in this country, but he cannot do it alone. In fact, he has had offers from Harvard, Yale, Princeton, every Ivy League that there is. They all want him, which is great. It's every parent's dream, but he cannot do that alone. He cannot attend those universities without supports in place. And right now we are still trying to get Medicaid for him, a deeming waiver. So we are still in the process of getting a deeming waiver. And so that's where we are. So for Max to go to college and be successful and be able to come back to the state of Georgia where he wants to so desperately practice as a pediatric neurologist with CHOA because he's spent half of his life there, he will have to have some supports such as transportation, a DSP, and even a power chair, which we're still fighting to try to get a power chair. My daughter Mamie has a very rare genetic disorder and profound autism, and she requires intensive therapies and constant care. To meet the needs of both of my children, I've had to leave my full-time job, but that decision, while necessary, has nearly cost us everything. My family has faced crushing financial challenges, including nearly losing our home. Each month is a struggle just to pay the bills, and the stress has taken a toll on our mental health and stability as a family. Like so many Georgian families, our family receives no financial support for caregiving. We don't have paid caregivers. We only have ourselves to rely on. But this is not just my story. It's a story of over 1 million caregivers across Georgia. We're providing billions of hours of unpaid care, often at the expense of our own financial security and careers. When caregivers like me are forced out of the workforce, families fall into crisis, employers lose good workers, and the state loses tax revenue. But there is hope. By funding home and community-based supports, by funding more waivers, you give families like mine the stability that we need. You allow caregivers to reenter the workforce, and you give young people like Max the chance not only to survive, but to thrive, to grow into the doctors, the professionals, and the taxpayers who will give back to Georgia for decades to come. Supporting family caregivers is not only an act of compassion, it's a wise investment in our state's future. So as a parent here today, as a committee member, I urge you to act boldly so that families like mine can hold on and children like Max and Mamie can reach their full potential. I want to thank you guys so very much for the important work that you do and for allowing me to come and speak.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you too. For also, you mentioned that he was still waiting on Medicaid, I believe. What's the reason for that?
It's really difficult with a child like Max. Well, there's 2 reasons. Number 1, he progressed very quickly. But number 2, Max he does have a developmental disability. He has autism, but the intellectual component isn't there because he's way smarter than I will ever be. And so sometimes it's difficult to overlook that when you are filling out an application, they automatically see, oh, wait, he's bright. He doesn't have an intellectual disability. And so they don't dig deep enough and delve deep enough into it to see that, oh, this child has significant other disabilities. And, with autism, it's also very difficult because we all know, or any parent that has a child with autism knows, that even if you don't have what's deemed an intellectual disability, you have the developmental part. That developmental part really spans, it transcends all of their life, right? So I have 5 children. 4 of them do have disabilities. I talked about my 2 there, but my other 2 have high functioning autism, but they still struggle with things like extreme ADHD. One is very medication dependent, and his executive functioning skills are terrible, and he's impulsive, and then he has autism also gives you some physical issues. You've got low muscle tone and flexibility and things like that. So it is very difficult when you fill out an application as a parent and you have a child that has complex needs, because they get hung up on that first, that there's no intellectual disability.
So, Wicks, do you have anything? Thank you so
so
much.
much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm
You have
happy to
anything?
follow that.
Yes.
Thank you for having me here.
Yes.
Again, my name is Thais Kaiser. I'm also a council member. I'm a wife and a proud mother of 3 boys, 2 who are on the autism spectrum. But I'm here because of my oldest son, Isaiah. Isaiah is 24 years old. In addition to autism, he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia. Individuals like him often encounter a variety of physical and cognitive challenges that significantly affect them on their daily lives. For example, Isaiah has poor muscle tone, and he has difficulties with executive functioning, so making even routines, tasks arduous. Simple activities such as tying his shoes, spreading butter on bread, or pouring juice without spilling are a consistent source of a struggle. These are tasks that many people take for granted, and yet they present significant obstacles for my son. Now, my journey to the Now and Comp was not an easy one, and no disrespect to Commissioner Tanner, because I actually like Kevin. No one held my hand. Security services with Isaiah was a nightmare. I spent 4 years advocating on his behalf. During this time, Isaiah was denied a spot on the waiting list for the Now and Comp waiver services on 4 separate occasions. And our family was forced to pursue a lawsuit that resulted in more than $60,000 in legal fees. The court, everything went in my favor. Isaiah got a spot on the waiting list, but that was just a spot. I still had to advocate. And days after I testified last year about our experiences, we finally got the call that Isaiah's waiver had become available. Before receiving the Now and Comp waiver, the responsibility for supporting Isaiah fell entirely upon me. Without these supports, I was not only his mother, but also his full-time caregiver, which left little room to nurture the relationship aspects of our bond. The implementation of proper supports, however, provided us with the assistance we needed. Now that he has the waiver. This shift allowed me to redirect my energy towards strengthening my mother-son relationship rather than just functioning solely on the role as a caregiver. It has also opened doors for opportunities. I was able to return to the workforce, and as a volunteer, I'm able to use my experiences to help a ton of families. Right, I stopped counting after 1:30 to access supports and services that they need. This is how much our DD service systems is struggling. Local doctors refer me their families. I'm an unpaid family volunteer. And this is just to help these families navigate the system, find services, who do they contact, where do you start it? And depending also where in their lives they are, because I might get a call for a 2 to a 3-year-old. I might also get a call for a 20-year-old. By supporting caregivers, society not only ensures that individuals with disabilities receive resources they need to thrive independently, but it also enables families to participate more fully in the workforce while preserving and strengthening their family bonds. And since my son has received the waiver, he is thriving. He's doing amazing at his day program. So much so that they would like to hire him to work with them at the current day program. That's because he has the proper supports in place. Without it, my son would be at home, and that would be a waste of an individual. And he deserves the chance to live his best life to his full potential. Might not be yours or mine. And by funding waivers and supporting these agencies, you are allowing families to watch their loved ones thrive. That's all we ask for. And I thank you for your time, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so just to give you some background. So I've kind of experienced this too with my father, right? So we bring him home, we filled out the paperwork to some extent, and we're just kind of like, okay, what do we do now? Me and my mom. So I also kind of wanted to ask you when you were talking about what are some of the hurdles you found. I'm just gonna say, you filled out the paperwork, and also so you fill out the paperwork, and now do you feel like you're just kind of who's there to help? And so it's kind of describe those kind of hurdles that you kind of face in getting that help and getting those services.
Well, it's difficult because many of these applications, they're written by attorneys. So first of all, you have to navigate how to, hey, am I reading this correctly? Am I answering this correctly? And then once you fill out this application, then you have to track down these agencies and then figure out, where do I send this application? Then you have to stay on top of them to make sure, because often a lot of these agencies, they tend to lose these applications. It happened with us when we filed for SSI. However, by that point, I had spent thousands of hours on the computer visiting whatever was available as far as anything that had to do with disabilities. I wanted to figure out when and how, because at one point I was paying individuals to help me because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know who to call. And after I got scammed, I was like, no, I think I can do this. But it's difficult because, one, you lack sleep. My son tends to wander around. My son loves to overeat. And again, I have two sons that have autism at different levels, right? One is high functioning. He's 12 going on 95, and the other one is 24 going on 8. So you're being pulled in different directions, and often you lack sleep, right? I filled out an application once and I put my name instead of my son's name. So simple things like that, you make a ton of mistakes. And then it's tracking down whatever agency it is that you need support from. And most of them are not kind. They're not nice. They don't hold your hand. You are lucky to get a phone call back. My journey with the Department of Behavioral Health is I would just get pushed from one department to the other. And they kept pushing my son to, oh, he needs to get a job. But again, without the proper supports, how is he going to get a job, right? So just filling out is a nightmare. And you're right, there's not a one-stop shop in Georgia where you can go and someone can say, hey, how do you do this? How do you fill out this application? What does this mean? I don't understand this question. And what I have learned, I try to use that to help other families. And I can't charge them because most of these families don't have money. I don't know one family that's like not living paycheck to paycheck, because everything for our loved ones is extremely expensive. So those are some of my struggles. I'm not so sure about Brooks.
I think that what Thais says is really valuable, because the big picture is that we're very lucky. The two of us are extremely lucky and blessed because we're educated enough to know how to navigate a system. And I can call Darcy, I could call Jeff, I could call any of these people that would be willing to, reach a hand out and to lend their ear and to help out. And that I am immensely blessed. But not everyone is as lucky. Everyone is as deserving, but not everyone is as lucky. And I've spent hundreds of thousands of hours at the Marcus Autism Center because the first 7 years of my daughter's life, that's pretty much where we have lived, in and out of what they call it, complex behavior unit. Now it was called severe behavior unit, and feeding. And I've sat in that break room many hours, and parents come in and out, and you see parents that are, from every socioeconomic background, from every educational background, because disability is the great equalizer. And those parents that come from low socioeconomic backgrounds, from, that are not educated, it is a nightmare for them to navigate the system. They don't know who to call. They don't know who to email. And even once they fill out applications, you have an interview over the phone, and then you're told, okay, well, you need to go and get this and this and this and this. And you have 2 weeks. And it is, if transportation issues are an issue, how do you do that? And if you don't have internet because you're low socioeconomic, how do you do that? And so it is just what we're lacking in our state. A lot of things, but one key thing that we really are lacking is some sort of community navigators within a system that don't just work for DBHD, or don't just work for DCS, or don't just work for GBRA, but that work for
The family.
the whole interagencies that go in and they help the families navigate. And that's super important, because even I have to reach out to Thais sometimes and say, I just ran into this problem. Have you experienced this? What do I do? And, and so it's a community, it takes a village. And it really does.
My luck shifted when I found myself at a car wash crying, and I couldn't stop crying, and a kind stranger sat next to me, and she was a retired school teacher, and she just gave me a head start, she pointed me to the right direction, and I kind of took that and ran with it, because my goal is not just to care for my son. I don't have the type of family that's going to step up and care for him after I am no longer here. And that's why the Now in Comp was important, because they do put these individuals in place to make sure your loved one is cared for. And since my 2 other children are a lot younger, if anything happens to me now, that's my biggest concern. Reason why I stay up at night, constantly worried. Now I'm like, all right, now I have to pay all this debt from, having to fight for these services. And then once I'm done with that, then I need to save every dollar, to make sure that my most priceless possession, my little angel's cared for. Because the world looks at him and they just see a diagnosis. They don't see what I see, which is a caring and kind and loving, and he brings so much joy and light. People look at the paperwork and says autism and schizophrenia, boom, push him to the side. And he's so much more than that.
Absolutely. Any other questions, Senator?
No, thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. And next up, we have Vanessa Parks. Is that on Zoom? Yeah. Okay.
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ms. Parks, for your patience.
Fabulous. I've requested to share screen. Okay. Are you all seeing slides?
Yes, we do. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you for having me. I'm Vanessa Parks from RAND. It's an honor to be with you today to share the results of our new research on America's military and veteran caregivers. While these remarks are based on national surveys of veterans as well as military and veteran caregivers, I discuss implications for rural caregivers, Georgia, and caregiving more broadly. Southern states, and Georgia specifically, are home to a large number of caregivers, so I'm pleased to be speaking with you today. This work was conducted at RAND, which is a nonpartisan, nonprofit policy research think tank focused on using the best evidence to make recommendations for policymakers like yourselves. And specifically, this work was conducted through the Epstein Family Veterans Policy Research Institute at RAND, a philanthropically supported institute within RAND. My remarks come from a recent report that was generously supported by the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. We identified that there are 105.6 million caregivers in the United States, So 40.5% of the US adult population is a caregiver. And 14.3 million are caring for someone who currently served or who previously served in the military. You may notice that this number is higher than other estimates of caregivers. We came to this estimate because not everyone taking on caregiving duties might identify as a caregiver. And as Ms. Briggs mentioned, there's no one way to be a caregiver. America's military and veteran caregivers help our nation's service members and veterans in profoundly diverse ways. So in our new study, to identify caregivers, we used a task-oriented approach. We identified caregivers as anyone who reported doing any one of these 7 broad caregiving tasks in the past 30 days. These include things like helping individuals into and out of chairs, bathing, or administering medications. But it also includes things like helping those with dementia remember things, driving people to medical appointments, or help manage the mood or anxiety of those they're caring for. We think this approach might capture more people than just a single question asking people to self-identify as a caregiver. We estimated the number of veterans, veteran caregivers, and veterans with unmet caregiving needs for each state. And here we compare Georgia with surrounding states. Georgia has the 10th highest percentage of veterans with a caregiver, with over 10% of veterans. Georgia ranks 15th for percentage of veterans with unmet caregiving needs. We estimate that about 10% of veterans in Georgia have unmet caregiving needs. Knowing this, we understand that most veterans in Georgia are having their caregiving needs met, but some are not. And it's important to understand the care recipients' needs before we turn to discuss caregivers in even more depth. As I mentioned before, there's no one way to be a caregiver. As a spouse caregiver to a Vietnam War veteran told us, I can tell you that my experience has been the same as everyone else, but my experience has been different from everybody else. And anyone who's a caregiver will tell you the same thing. We all have the same experiences, but we all have different experiences. One way you can see this diversity is in the relationship the caregiver has to the person they're caring for. If you look at that top bar, the largest group of those caring for older veterans are adult children caring for their aging parents, a group that comprises 42% of these caregivers. But very few adult children are caregivers to veterans 60 or younger. In the bottom bar, we see that for this group of caregivers, these are mostly spouses, neighbors, and other relatives like siblings, aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews. There are also important differences in where caregivers live. For example, caregivers to those 60 and under may be more likely to live in rural areas, which may present challenges with internet access and connectivity to services. We'll discuss this more in depth later. Through our research, we were able to pinpoint the areas that need more attention to better support our nation's hidden heroes. We made a series of recommendations that fall under 4 areas: to strengthen programs that support caregivers, to address the economic impacts of caregiving, to create a more caregiver-inclusive healthcare system, and to conduct rigorous research that addresses critical gaps. Our first set of recommendations focuses on addressing the economic impacts of caregiving. If you were to pay military and veteran caregivers for the care they provide, it would total over $100 billion each year. This range from $119 billion to $485 billion reflects the diversity of tasks that caregivers perform, from things like transportation that would command a minimum wage to administering feeding tubes that would command the wage of a registered nurse. But although they provide this tremendous value to society, they're actually at an economic disadvantage. And our analysis suggests that caregivers spend, on average, over $8,000 each year in out-of-pocket costs associated with caregiving. In addition, they forego, on average, about $4,500 due to work disruptions associated with caregiving each year. This means that because of caregiving, military and veteran caregivers have, on average, $13,000 less than their peers in discretionary income. This value and the cost is even more concerning when one examines the household incomes of military and veteran caregivers. Over 1/3, that 35% there, have incomes 130% below the federal poverty line. This translates into real financial stress for military and veteran caregivers. 46% or more have difficulty paying bills, and over 43% have no rainy day fund set aside. This latter point is particularly concerning. Military and veteran caregivers are likely to need rainy day fund savings in case of unforeseen circumstances. So our recommendations here are twofold. First, we recommend educating organizations serving caregivers in Georgia so that they can be more aware of programs caregivers might be eligible for, such as SNAP, which addresses food insecurity. Second, we recommend policymakers continue offering programs such as what Mr. Flanoy was discussing, Medicaid's Structured Family Caregiving Program. Georgia is one of the 11 states to have adopted it. This provides education, training, and stipends to caregivers. And as other similar programs emerge, we recommend opting into those as well. The second set of recommendations includes strengthening programs that support caregivers. Caregiving takes a toll. Among military and veteran caregivers caring for those 60 or under, represented by the light green bars, 22% have themselves had thoughts of suicide in the past year, and 43% meet the criteria for depression, far exceeding non-caregivers, which are represented by the orange bars here. Many caregivers report wanting but not accessing mental health treatment. We thought that cost would be the primary barrier, but among our highest risk caregivers, those caring for those 60 or under, the main barrier was not having enough time to get treatment. Many had concerns that if they admitted to having mental health challenges, they would be involuntarily hospitalized, which would prevent them from being able to care for their loved ones. But some good news. Caregiving services and programs have expanded over the last decade. Respite care, where the caregiver is able to take brief time away from caregiving duties, is offered through Wounded Warrior Project and other organizations. Second, caregivers may be eligible for financial assistance and grants. This may take the form of stipends offered through what Ms. Boldeau and Mr. Berry mentioned, like the Program for Comprehensive Assistance for Family Caregivers through the VA, or emergency funds to cover costs associated with disasters, home repair, or medical bills through the Elizabeth Dole Foundation's Hope Fund for Critical Assistance. Third, caregiving education and support groups have emerged. These are sometimes hosted online, so it's important to remember that the uptake of these offerings really depends on access. As mentioned previously, military and veteran caregivers to those 60 and under are more likely to live in rural areas. This can impact how a caregiver is connected to resources. I want to note that we did not find major differences between urban and rural caregivers with respect to demographics and mental health, but there is a big difference between rural and urban caregivers with respect to home internet access. About 16% of urban caregivers do not have home internet access, compared to 24% of rural caregivers, significantly more. So in addition to likely having to drive much further for services, they also may be less likely to connect virtually. Georgia may be slightly ahead of the curve here. Recent estimates from the American Community Survey report that 11.6% of Georgia households do not have reliable access to broadband internet. So expanding this could help connect caregivers to more programs and services. We therefore provided recommendations to address these barriers. Things like collaborative care, which embeds evidence-based mental health care in primary care settings, telehealth, and asynchronous counseling can all make accessing treatment efficient for caregivers. Things like mobile health apps or task sharing models may also be helpful. And all this, of course, could be strengthened by expanding broadband coverage. Our third set of recommendations focuses on creating a more caregiver-inclusive healthcare system. According to our data, most caregivers do not feel supported by healthcare teams. Only around a third feel that providers listen to them or seek out their input proactively. And fewer told us that healthcare providers ask caregivers about their own needs. But caregivers often figure it out. When we published our report, this quote really resonated with many caregivers. A friend caring for a veteran who served in the post 9/11 era told us, "When I started using their terminology, that was respected. I had to do a little bit of reading and research, and then it's like I taught myself, let's try it this way. Let's use their terminology. And then when I did, then I got the respect from them where they would talk to me. Healthcare systems need to be incentivized to integrate caregivers into healthcare teams. So first, we recommend research to document the value of integrating caregivers into healthcare. Value can be measured by improvements in care recipients' health, as reflected in shorter hospital stays, fewer medical needs, and improved survival and quality of life. But at the same time, value may also be demonstrated through increased demand as families choose to receive care in more caregiver-friendly settings. Second, we recommend that policymakers consider expanding what is reimbursable in healthcare settings. This could include adopting additional CPT codes or codes used in medical settings to identify procedures and services. This would provide monetary incentives to providers for consulting with caregivers. Our final recommendation is a call for more research. I've shared much of what we were able to do in this study, and we've provided some much needed data, but there are a few issues that we think warrant increased research focus. The first is that for military and veteran caregivers, the most common caregiving tasks involve cognitive memory support or assisting with symptoms of mental health conditions. Importantly, these are not classified as activities of daily living nor instrumental activities of daily living. The problem is that a lot of policies and programs only support caregivers assisting with ADLs and IADLs. And if we apply that restrictive criteria, we're missing a lot of caregivers. And there are likely many more caregiving activities that caregivers are providing to those with mental health conditions, substance use disorders, traumatic brain injuries, and cognitive impairments like dementia. I want to note that another key difference we found between urban and rural caregivers was that rural caregivers were more likely than urban caregivers to provide help with cognitive or emotional tasks. We need research to articulate what these other tasks are so that we can support caregivers taking on these duties. What they are doing really matters. Take, for instance, the caregiver to a post 9/11 Army veteran who told us, here at home, I have to have all of his medication locked up in a safe because he's tried to take his own life before, and one of the things he's done that with is medications. My biggest challenge is to make sure he doesn't try to take his own life again. Caregivers like this person have taken on an enormous caregiving duty, as have most military and veteran caregivers. They should be recognized and supported for taking on these difficult tasks. That concludes my presentation for today. Thanks so much for your time and attention and for everything you do. I hope the results of this work can be useful for you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I do have a couple questions for you. One of the issues you have, of course, with veterans would be that a lot of it, I guess, it also deals with the federal government. During your research, how can states kind of address that issue? You say 10% of Georgia veterans not receiving care, but how can states kind of impact that when so much is also dependent upon the federal government and what they're doing in their policies too?
It's a great question. So in some of these cases, these are like Medicaid programs, for example, that you could opt into. So states kind of differ in what they offer through Medicaid. So that's one example.
Absolutely. And my second one and my last one was unpaid workforce. And that is something that we'll be trying to drill down in our next meeting. But from what you're seeing, are states and also the federal government realizing that caregivers are actually unpaid workforce and actually direct pay would be a way to possibly compensate that or deal with that? Do you see a trend? Do you see people kind of understanding that this is a real issue as far as unpaid workforce?
I can't speak to how they're viewing it, but this is a good point that they're providing enormous value in care. So we hope that these estimates for the type of work that they're providing and what the value would be could be useful for making that case.
Thank you so much, Senator Wicks.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I have a question. Like caregivers for veterans, tend to get burned out really quickly. What kind of respite care programs are available for caregivers for veterans in Georgia, and how are they accessible?
So the folks from the VA, Mr. Berry and Miss I think Blesso, I'm sorry if I don't have it right in front of me, may be able to speak to this better, but the program for comprehensive assistance for family caregivers does offer respite. And it's possible that the caregiver support program does as well. But the VA does offer different avenues for respite care specifically for those military and veteran caregivers.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Hey, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. We appreciate your
Thank you.
time. Absolutely. Madison Moore, thank you for being patient with us. Thank you, Ms. Moore. And I once again do say thank you for your patience. I apologize. Absolutely.
So much, Chairman Jones, for having us here today. Thank you, Senator Wicks, as well. And thank you for your service in uniform. It sounds like as a caregiver as well. So I'm joined here by Steph Smith, who is a Dole Caregiver Fellow from Columbus, Georgia. I'm here to share her lived experience as well. We'd like to give you a brief overview, although my colleague at RAND really gave you an overview of the caregiver population, the military and veteran caregiver population, share some of the most significant challenges facing military and veteran caregivers today, what we at the Elizabeth Dole Foundation are doing to help tackle those challenges, and then get into how you all with the committee might consider supporting Georgia caregivers. So to start, just adding a little bit more color onto what Vanessa said, there are 14.3 million spouses, children, parents, siblings, grandchildren, neighbors, and friends across the country who are serving as military and veteran caregivers. In Georgia, Vanessa shared a figure for how many there are, about 127,000. I think we share a figure that's a little bit larger because we know that when compared to national estimates of how many adults are caregivers, it can be multiplied by a factor of between 4 and 5, so that could be a bit larger. We also know that not only do caregivers support the health and well-being of their loved ones, they also play a major role in supporting their own families and their communities, as we've heard in so many ways here today. And so over the past 13 years, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, really inspired by our founder, Senator Elizabeth Dole, and her experience caring for her late husband, Bob Dole, we've worked to comprehensively understand this community through research with our partners at RAND, and also through the lived experience and input through folks like Steph. We've generated awareness through national awareness campaigns and initiatives. We've created cross-sector coalitions to drive meaningful action. We've advocated at the national, state, and local level for change, including working on caregiver support program changes. So we'd be happy to have a side conversation on that if you'd like to. And then importantly, we've built up direct service programming for caregivers as well. And so this work really, as well as the RAND report you just heard a lot about, has informed our new strategic plan that we rolled out this year that focuses on 4 key areas. And this is where we are directing our advocacy, awareness, and programming moving forward. It's focused in these 4 areas that you see on the slide: mental and emotional well-being for caregivers, growing and sustaining economic mobility, improving support and outcomes for caregiving youth and families, those youth who are caring for loved ones, and then also fostering supportive care ecosystems for caregivers and their veterans. So I'll touch on each of these briefly. Again, as Vanessa shared, we know that caregiving places a significant strain on caregivers and increases their risk of developing mental health conditions. Especially we're seeing high levels of stress, high levels of suffering from depression, and unfortunately, thoughts of suicide in this community. We also know that caregivers face an increased risk of financial hardship, which affects economic mobility and asset ownership. To the point that you made, caregivers are contributing a whole lot to our economy. Annually, RAND really estimates that financial value is somewhere between $119 and $485 billion a year. So that's a pretty significant workforce that is generally unpaid. And one of our biggest efforts at the national, state, and local level is to help legislators understand what that means and look at how some of these folks can be compensated, because they are also losing so much out of pocket due to caregiving, whether that's having to take a step back from the workforce or paying for healthcare expenses or transportation expenses, that kind of thing associated with caregiving. Our third kind of pillar of focus here is youth caregivers. So as Vanessa stated, we know that 40% of military and veteran caregivers are also raising a child. And we also know that these children are more likely to help with one or more caregiving tasks than their civilian peers. And unfortunately, they're also more likely to have some poor outcomes like missing school because of illness, poor behavioral conduct problems. And so we have for a little while had initiatives focused on what we call hidden helpers, children who are caregivers, connecting them to peer support and ensuring they have the right kinds of support at school, in healthcare settings, and really setting them up for success as they move forward in their lives. And then finally, care, whether it's in a clinical setting, at home, or in the community, is obviously a critical element of focus here, and unfortunately a pain point. What we see across the board is that care ecosystems are not designed to fully include caregivers. Caregivers are often shut out of treatment rooms. Discharge instructions are issued without including caregivers. Treatment plans are created without consulting a caregiver who might, know more about what's going on than sometimes the patient themselves. And then through this research, actually, what we saw is that military and veteran caregivers are more likely to live in neighborhoods with fewer resources than non-caregivers, things like fewer hospitals, grocery stores, public transportation, that kind of thing. And so this is certainly a focus for us, making sure that caregivers are connected to the resources that they need. So just briefly, I'll transition to highlight a few of the Dole Foundation's programs that have been designed to solve some of these challenges. And these slides have a QR code in case anybody wants to connect more directly to these. But first, we offer critical financial assistance, emergency assistance for caregivers who are struggling with things like food insecurity, rent, home or auto repairs, just to help get them through tough times. We also offer personalized resource navigation to support a wide range of needs, like connecting to mental health services, VA benefits, homelessness, and more. And then we also offer peer support in the form of our online Hidden Heroes caregiver community, and then also our Dole Caregiver Fellows Leadership Program, which Steph is a wonderful example of. And then in addition, we offer group-based programming specifically for mental wellness. And then in addition to mental wellness, we offer group-based financial wellness programming. We lead 3 coalitions that are focused on more systemic change. The first is the Hidden Helpers Coalition, focused on driving change for those youth caregivers. We also lead the Face the Fight Coalition, which is focused on reducing veteran suicide, which is, as others have outlined, a serious problem in the veteran community, but also for the caregivers who are supporting them. And then finally, the Campaign for Inclusive Care is our initiative that we work on with the VA to transform the culture of care at VA to be more inclusive of caregivers. Before I turn to Steph to talk about her experience here in Georgia, I want to focus on how we might work together to really change, how things are working here in Georgia for Georgia military and veteran caregivers. We have a program called Hidden Heroes Cities, Counties, and States, where we work currently with over 200 state and local governments to identify and implement solutions to better support and serve caregivers in where they live. What we've seen work well are a few things listed here. The first is to establish resource networks that encourage caregivers to identify and then connect to resources where they are, whether those are meant for the military and veteran population or caregivers, civilian caregivers, or others. It's just important to have kind of a centralized resource hub for caregivers where they live. Community-led listening sessions. We heard about the Georgia Caregiver Advisory Coalition. I think that's great. We would love to see and help, facilitate other similar approaches in maybe specific areas like healthcare, like education, labor and employment, maybe perhaps one focus on the program of comprehensive assistance, here in Georgia, if that's relevant. We've also seen cross-sector partnerships work really well. So gathering, private sector folks, public sector, nonprofit, to make sure that, we're all building valuable resources together, and then also avoiding duplication of resources, because that's something that, we know that funds are tight, and it's important to make sure we're not duplicating things. I'll also just highlight some state level policies, specifically in the areas of tax relief. There are lots of tax relief specifically for veterans, but making sure that those translate to caregivers. I know that that's something near and dear to your heart. Tuition support, and then making sure that, as others have said, caregivers are included in other state programs that might support their well-being. And then I think kind of a low-hanging fruit would be to just encourage Georgia to become a Hidden Heroes state, to sign on as a state that is supportive of military and veteran caregivers, to join other states like Pennsylvania and Maryland and Virginia and North Carolina, sign a proclamation. We could continue to work together. You could sort of learn from other states on what's working, what's not. We'd love to have you be part of that group. I will now turn it to Steph to share more about her experience.
Thank you so much for having us here. I think I'm going to start with, as Madison said, the tax issue. In my experience right now, we have a partial waiver for property taxes. We're about to have to move because my husband can no longer function in a two-story house. So we know we have to move. I'm in Columbus, 6 miles from Alabama. I can literally be in Alabama in 5 minutes. When we sell our house and move, my option is Georgia or Phoenix City, Alabama. If I go across the river 6 minutes, I don't pay property tax anymore. And that's a huge benefit. Very grateful for the partial waiver that we do have. It's what allowed us to afford the home that we live in now. But again, 6 minutes away, that's a huge incentive for us to move across the river. Another incentive that we didn't take advantage of is if you are an Alabama resident for 5 years and you're a 100% disabled veteran, your children go to school tuition free in Alabama state schools. And we really looked at that. When my husband became disabled, we had teenagers and toddlers. And so we looked really hard, and we finally came back to the decision that the public school system in Georgia was so much superior to that across the river that we stayed. And so we gave up on that one benefit to take advantage of the better K through 12 public schools. But that's a big decision. My daughter is married to a veteran now as well that's got 100% disability. They are leaving Georgia for Alabama because of that college benefit. So that is something that maybe Georgia could look at, not only just to keep our veterans and their tax dollars and their contributions in Georgia, but as a way to kind of give back to people that have given everything they had. And I know you said 30 years of service, you understand this, that the sacrifices started a long time before the injuries. And this would be incredibly meaningful benefit for veterans. Another thing, and this one won't cost the state anything. I'm a student at Columbus State University right now. In the syllabus that I get from professors, each one, there's a line in there that says, if you're the parent of a child and you have to miss class because your child is ill, we have accommodations for you. If I personally had a disability, I could go to my university office for accommodation and get help. There's no help. If my husband needs me that day, if I can't go to class, if I have to miss, because the VA gives you appointments when they want you to have them, not when it works for you, there's no accommodation whatsoever for me. And it would take literally a paragraph provided from the state legislature and the Board of Regents to give caregivers the same flexibility that other people have. And attendance, obviously, it's very important. I hate missing class. But sometimes it's just necessary. If my husband's been up all night with a break with his PTSD, I'm not really functional at school the next day. That same thing goes for children in K-12. Attendance issues, like Madison said, that's an issue for caregiver families. The schools don't recognize that. If you need a note that says, my child had the flu, not that my child's veteran parent had a breakdown or that we were traveling all day to get to the VA. As I think you mentioned, the trips to the VA hospitals, they're day-long things. And we actually use the Tuskegee Hospital because it's a little closer and I don't have to fight the traffic here in Atlanta, but it's an all-day endeavor. And sometimes, if you don't have other babysitting options, you don't have close family, you take your children. So that accommodations and education that consider the very specific needs of veteran caregiver families wouldn't cost anything, and it would make profound differences. It would make us feel not so ostracized. It's hard when you have to go to a school and explain to a principal or a counselor that's concerned about your tardy to school or attendance. It's hard to go in and say, well, my husband got blown up 6 times, which is our story. And some days he doesn't know what day it is. Some days he doesn't know how to put his shoes on. Some days I can leave the house for a little while. Some days I can't leave the room to go to the bathroom. That's a difficult thing for people to understand. So if there was just a simple policy that says, this is an identified caregiver family, they face unique issues, and sometimes they may need a little grace about attendance policies. That would be huge, and it would cost the state of Georgia nothing but time to write that policy. Another thing I heard some other people mention talking about access to legal aid. A good friend of mine in Valdosta is a veteran caregiver. Her husband was in a catastrophic vehicle accident a year ago. He is 40 years old. Legal aid couldn't help him. His wife, Amanda, needed to have access to legal help to get a guardianship for him because he's bedbound, and he'll never recover. She couldn't get that help because she didn't fall into the range for what Georgia legal aid could offer her. If he had been a minor in need of guardianship, they got it. If he was 65 in need of guardianship, they could have helped her. They told her, hey, you can fill out the paperwork yourself. It'll only cost a $300 filing fee. Okay. If you do one thing wrong on that paperwork, mess up one thing and it's denied, you have to wait 3 years to file for it again. And because she fell in this window of he's not young enough and he's not old enough, they couldn't help her. That's also an easy fix. Expand some legal services to veteran families. We can go to a Judge Advocate General on a base, but they can't represent us in any kind of civilian situation. They can tell us, they can explain the law, but that's really about all they can do for us as veteran families. It's an easy fix. expand what legal aid can do as far as representing particularly the families of disabled veterans, but all veterans earned the access to that. I feel like I'm missing something, Madison.
No,
I think,
I covered a lot. I appreciate that.
but
Yeah.
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 But really, that attendance issue within lower schools and universities, you guys could fix that tomorrow. You really could, and it would mean a whole lot. It would make, and I think when that news came down from the Board of Regents or from the legislature to the universities, it would be a teaching moment for them to say, hey, we have this population. How can we support them in education? My school, Columbus State, they are wonderful for military partnerships. We're right there at Fort Benning. Soldiers, active duty soldiers in the captain's course can combine that work with some classes at CSU and get a master's degree. That is fabulous. Extend that past your active duty time. There's a lot of veteran support, but there are holes. And I think that so many of them are really simple fixes. I know the property tax issue, that's big money, and I understand that. And, you know, you have to be stewards of every dollar that the state takes in and puts out. But you could make a meaningful difference with a full property tax waiver like other states have implemented. So those are just my suggestions.
Thank you so much. Thanks for both of you. I did have a couple of questions and kind of sort of answered on some level, but when you start talking about the unpaid workforce and you find that some states are doing family leave, a few, tax credits, maybe we basically, I think, are looking at more of the structured program, but of course there's a big gap in there too. What are some of the recommendations that you guys have as far as like trying to fix this problem of unpaid workforce? Direct compensation, or what are you looking at?
I think there's not a silver bullet. I think it really depends at the state level, but then also at the federal level, there are different things being considered. There's, of course, the VA with the program of comprehensive assistance, which is very complicated. And we've been at the forefront of efforts to reform that process, the eligibility criteria, the application process, and that kind of thing, to streamline this. And so we believe that that's kind of one effort. But then we also see pathways for caregivers to actually turn their experience into potential pathways for more formal employment, whether that's in a caregiving role or whether that's with employers who are more flexible. And then there are, I think, real areas for states to kind of support where sort of the middle ground there, with whether it's compensation or whether it's other kind of employment programs. I think there needs to be some conversations there. And to, I think your question to another panelist, there needs to be more conversations between the state level folks and the national level folks on where there are gaps, because there continue to be, I think, too many gaps.
And my last one is, of course, that deals with the financial aspect of it. Another aspect of it, maybe an industry is going to be created, a needed industry, and that's just in caregiver support services. And how are your conversations going throughout the different states or whatnot? People recognizing that's a whole separate issue, other than just the monetary issue, just the support services itself, especially from a mental health standpoint, support services, quite frankly.
Yeah, this is a great question. So one of the things that we're doing as an organization, but then also working with states on, is where can we turn to for mental health providers for caregivers? So there's obviously, there's a shortage of mental health providers kind of at large, but then where can we find mental health providers who have specific experience or expertise in working with caregivers? And so we found some kind of here and there. But what we're also seeing, and this is really encouraging, is more mental health groups, kind of large practices, but then also clinical education entities who are interested in working with us, with groups like the American Psychological Association, in training up kind of the next generation of mental health providers to work with caregivers, because there are going to be so many more caregivers with the silver tsunami coming and that kind of thing. And so we're encouraged about that. I would say, you know, at the state level, it's important to have those conversations with, you know, major universities and other entities like that who are training clinicians on what does it look like to incentivize people to work with caregivers, to have that kind of expertise, because I think that's going to be more and more necessary. And then what does it also look like for programs like the VA's, you know, Program of General Services, which does offer some mental health support, but then PCAFC does offer formal mental health support. How could that potentially be a model for state programs and other, you know, maybe even less formal programs to offer mental health support, because it's a real critical need.
Absolutely.
If I could add one thing to that, maybe looking into some kind of a state programs that would provide mental health services to fill some gaps. Not every veteran that needs a caregiver qualifies for the caregiver program. In my case, I can't qualify for CHAMP VA, which would provide me with that mental health care, because we have TRICARE. But I found out Monday, I'm losing access to my counselor, my therapist that I've been with for 3 years, because the practice is not going to take TRICARE anymore due to reimbursement rates. And that's not a state issue, that's a federal thing. But maybe if the states could provide some kind of a gap program that caregivers who are losing their access could access mental health care as well. Because without that, if we fall, our veteran falls. And then if that happens, the financial burden to the state and the federal government goes up exponentially.
Absolutely. Senator Wish, you have anything?
Thank you for your continuous fight.
Well, thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you
Appreciate
guys so much. We appreciate your patience. And also thank you for the Senate staff and their patience too. I appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned for this meeting.